Chapter 1469. Although Xiao Yan had emerged victorious in his battle with Xiao Yang, he had exhausted too much of his Genesis Qi and was unable to continue fighting. As a result, his final battle with Xiao Feng had to be postponed to the next day. In order to maintain the clan gathering's normal progress, the Yuanzong Battles exhibition match had to be brought forward. This also maintained the intense atmosphere in the arena to a great extent. The battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng could be said to be fiery. If the match was stopped at this time, it would likely cause dissatisfaction among many people. Moreover, the exhibition match was originally scheduled for the next day. In comparison, such a decision was understandable. Many people in the arena were also looking forward to the exhibition match. After all, these participants were different from Xiao Yang and the rest. They had been training outside for several years and had faced and experienced blood and slaughter. In comparison, the latter had lived in the clan for a long time and relied on the clan's protection. Although their growth wasn't slow, the strength they could display on the battlefield was extremely limited. Regardless of whether it was the density of their Genesis Qi or the control of their battle techniques, there was undoubtedly a huge gap between them and the former. It was precisely because of this gap that the exhibition match once again caused an uproar. The intensity of the battle did not lose out to Xiao Yan's battle at all. The mysterious battle techniques and even the do skills were very different from what they usually saw in the clan. The competition between all parties successfully caused the atmosphere in the arena to reach a new climax. The next day slowly arrived amidst the nervous anticipation of countless people. After the intense competition 2 days ago, the Xiao clan was already in an uproar before the sun had even risen. The arena was extraordinarily lively as everyone waited for the final match of the clan gathering, the battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng. When the first rays of dawn scattered down from the sky, numerous figures from all over the clan swiftly gathered. The first elder and the rest were seated in the elders' VIP area. Just like the countless number of clan members below, they were similarly filled with curiosity today. Just who was stronger between the two of them? Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Feng stood at the center of the arena, quietly waiting for Xiao Yan's arrival. At a certain moment, the figures of Xiao Yan and the others appeared in the spectator stands. At the same time, the black-robed Xiao Yan stepped onto the arena. Xiao Yan's feet heavily stomped on the arena. He raised his somewhat drowsy eyes and his gaze gradually became clear as he looked at Xiao Feng in the middle of the arena. A fiery heat surfaced in his gradually awakening eyes. His entire person's attention was also raised at this moment. In the entire clan gathering, the only opponent that could truly catch his attention was Xiao Feng. As for the others, although each of them had their own strengths, he did not view them too seriously. At this moment, it was finally time for the two of them to fight. In the arena, Xiao Feng was also looking at the figure that had arrived late. His eyes were filled with battle intent as the corners of his mouth slowly curled into an arc. The Xiao Yan before him was the same as his ancestor. In the entire clan, he was one of the few people that could catch his attention. Especially during this period of time, his performance in the clan, as well as his battle with Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng, had caused him to become extremely interested in Xiao Yan. To be able to battle with the current biggest dark horse in the Xiao clan, this clan gathering was not in vain. As Xiao Yan stepped onto the arena, the gazes of everyone in the arena shifted. Among the tens of thousands of gazes, other than fervor, there was even more curiosity. They wondered if this new dark horse would be able to maintain the same awe-inspiring aura as he had in the previous few battles when facing the clan's heir. Xiao Yan's expression did not change as he sensed the gazes that were shot over from the entire stadium. His gaze looked directly at the other side. The eyes of the two figures in the arena met each other. An unknown feeling was unknowingly emitted, causing the air to become a little tense. "I've been standing here for 2 hours." While the gazes were focused, Xiao Feng deeply exhaled as he slowly opened his mouth. His low and deep voice was like the atmosphere in the arena at this moment, revealing a few traces of coldness and dominance. "I've waited for this day for half a year." Xiao Yan smiled as he resolutely stepped forward. With a casual flip of his palm, the dark heavy buster sword instantly appeared in his hand. The instant his voice sounded out, his body suddenly charged forward. The giant Buster Sword swept across the void, bringing about a whooshing sound as it charged towards the former. Seeing this, Xiao Feng's face did not have any expression of surprise. He only stared at the giant Buster Sword in Xiao Yan's hand. When the latter's figure arrived in front of him, he swung the giant Buster Sword and the tip of the Buster Sword rapidly descended. Only then did Xiao Feng flip his palm and a green long spear immediately appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was raised as his two arms rushed forward. The moment the two collided, the force contained in the long spear forcefully repelled the heavy Buster Sword. Xiao Feng took half a step back as the tip of the long spear fell to the ground, shattering the ground and stabilizing his body at the same time. Following that, he suddenly took a step forward. With both hands tightly holding onto the spear, the tip of the spear spun rapidly, easily cutting open the ground under his feet. With a force like a broken bamboo, he flew up and stabbed towards Xiao Yan's raised elbow. The instant the two of them collided, their attacks were already so fierce. Ding! At the moment when Xiao Yan's expression changed, his huge ruler immediately fell abruptly. He twisted his wrist and used the huge ruler to block in front of him, blocking Xiao Feng's piercing attack. Xiao Yan's footsteps immediately retreated and his body took the opportunity to retreat. In this short first round, Xiao Yan had suffered a small loss. The moment he stabilized his body, his gaze landed on Xiao Feng. Xiao Yan's expression was grave. Although the two of them had only collided once, the strength that Xiao Feng had displayed was far superior to Xiao Yang's yesterday. There was no need to doubt this point. I have waited for so long. Don't disappoint me. Xiao Feng smiled faintly. With a twist of his wrist, he raised his long spear and pointed the sharp tip of the spear at Xiao Yan. Haha! Don't worry. I won't disappoint you. Seeing this, Xiao Yan also laughed out loud. The instant his gaze met Xiao Feng's, his body suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, Xiao Feng immediately waved the long spear in his hand. The body of the spear swung horizontally, drawing a strange arc, after which it heavily shot out, bringing along a whooshing sound as it heavily smashed into a certain spot in the air. Clang! With a loud buzzing sound, Xiao Yan's body suddenly appeared, after which he fiercely threw out the Buster Sword in his hand and smashed it towards Xiao Feng. His body flickered again and disappeared from the battle stage. Clang! The instant the Buster Sword was sent flying by the tip of the spear, Xiao Yan's body flashed to the side and threw out a punch. However, just as his punch landed, the spear shaft actually twisted in a strange manner and met Xiao Yan's punch head-on. The frightening strength that was contained in Xiao Yan's fist had actually bent the spear until it reached an impossible angle. Xiao Feng had relied on this to forcefully block Xiao Yan's punch. Even though this was the case, his body still took 100 steps back. The moment he forcefully stabilized his body, the long spear in his hand involuntarily trembled intensely. What a frightening force! Without that Buster Sword, his strength has actually increased by more than a level. An astonished thought flashed across his mind. Xiao Feng could not help but view Xiao Yan in a higher light. To be able to obtain multiple victories under the pretext of suppressing his strength was indeed not something that an ordinary person could compare with. Chapter 1470. Under the attention of countless gazes, two figures collided with a loud bang on the arena like two meteorites. Frightening monstrous waves immediately churned and unfurled as the enormous arena was destroyed once again in the blink of an eye. The two figures crossed each other in the arena as sparks flew. The sound of metal colliding was like thunder as they swiftly separated after a split second of collision. Xiao Yan's heavy Shin ruler was forcefully thrust into the ground, forcefully dragging his rapidly retreating body a dozen meters before gradually stabilizing. On the other side, Xiao Feng similarly borrowed the power of the spear in his hand. Wind howled behind him as he retreated a dozen steps before heavily stomping his foot on the ground. The ground beneath his body exploded as the spear in his hand was thrust into the ground like a nail, stabilizing his body. After an intense collision, the expressions of the two individuals changed. The intense collision had not only caused injuries to their bodies, but also caused the Genesis chi in their bodies to fluctuate violently, unable to calm down for a long time. Even so, the expressions that appeared on their faces were excitement and excitement. Ever since the two of them had entered the arena until now, they had not used any Do skills during the entire process of collision. During this period of time, the two of them had used the most violent method to rely on their vast and mighty energy and fighting skills that far exceeded an ordinary person to repeatedly collide and negotiate. This also caused the battle to appear even more fiery and intense. Not only was victory decided by Do skills, such a pure battle was also a test for the strong. At the same time, it was also a kind of training. Since it is difficult to determine a victor in such a battle, I might as well go all out. The fighting intent within Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly intense in the face of Xiao Feng's strength. This kind of situation was something that he had not experienced even when he had faced Xiao Lei and Xiao Feng alone back then. Perhaps it was due to the fact that both parties had yet to unleash their true strength in that battle. However, it was different now. He had met a true opponent. Immediately, the fighting intent that was suppressed within his heart involuntarily rose. At this moment, Xiao Yan could already sense that there was a surging fighting intent that was about to break out of his body. Come, I hope that you will not disappoint me. Xiao Feng's gaze was similarly untamed as a wild laugh was emitted from his mouth. As his voice gradually deepened, a formidable aura spread from his body. Buzz! In an instant, the expressions of quite a few people in the arena changed slightly. Even Xiao Lei and Lin Dong, who were on the viewing platform, could not help but slightly tighten their gazes. This fellow is already half a step into becoming a 5-star origin sect. Xiao Lei stared at Xiao Feng in the arena. His eyes were filled with surprise. In that case, once the clan sacrifice is over, wouldn't his strength increase by a lot? At that time, I'm afraid even you might not be his match. Xiao Zhuobin, who was at the side, raised his brows in surprise. The two of them had the same feeling in their hearts. Xiao Feng was clearly much more terrifying than they had imagined. However, even if this is the case, it is likely that it will not be easy to defeat Xiao Yan. While the two of them were conversing, Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng retreated from the arena. Xiao Yan stood on a part of the arena that was still intact, while Xiao Feng floated in the air with his hands clasped together. At the same time, a gust of wind swirled down from the heavens and earth, rapidly condensing behind Xiao Feng. Vaguely, it transformed into a huge illusory image. Wind God's Fury. At the same time, Xiao Yan also clasped his hands together and opened his mouth slightly. Blazing purple flames were spat out from his mouth. As they rose, they also gradually transformed into a flaming giant behind him. The frighteningly high temperature, coupled with the astonishing imposing aura, caused the atmosphere in the arena to immediately become tense. Fire God's Fury. An explosive cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. The enormous flame illusionary image behind him moved with it. It lifted its head and widened its chest as it faced the sky. At the same time, the green-colored illusionary image in the sky also slowly leaned forward following Xiao Feng's body. A shocking pressure that came from all directions immediately swept apart. In the arena, two majestic figures with indomitable and ferocious auras slowly approached each other under the countless burning gazes below. Finally, they collided with each other. Chi! The earth-shaking explosion that everyone had imagined did not occur. The two giant gods trembled intensely under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Vigorous energy devoured each other, gradually wearing each other down, waiting for the final victor. Under the giant gods, an intense wind pressed down on the heads of everyone in the arena. Waves of aftershocks lifted the shattered stone platform below. In a short span of a few breaths, the already shattered arena had completely turned into ruins. Within the two earth-shaking auras, Xiao Yan lifted his foot with great difficulty, after which he heavily slammed it down. In an instant, only a buzzing sound could be heard in the arena. The huge green illusory image was immediately shattered. Whistling energy spread in all directions, causing the elders in the elders' viewing gallery to have no choice but to hurriedly take action. However, Xiao Feng was not inferior. His footsteps gradually closed in. The two illusory images were also rapidly worn down under such a ferocious attack. Their huge bodies were rapidly worn down under such a collision, until a certain moment, bang! The two shattered giant gods in the arena exploded with a bang. The two energies within them swiftly collided and intertwined, after which they formed an enormous flame ball. The instant it exploded, the entire fighting arena, including the surrounding viewing gallery, suddenly trembled. Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng in the arena were also forced back. Xiao Yan's expression paled, and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other hand, although Xiao Feng's expression was similarly pale, he had at least managed to suppress the churning blood in his body. At this moment, the gap between the cultivation of the two gradually became apparent. Even if it was Xiao Yan who possessed the heavenly flame, it would not be an easy task for him to defeat Xiao Feng in this battle. You are very strong. Unfortunately, the gap between our cultivation is not something that you can easily bridge with just the heavenly flame. Looking at Xiao Yan, who had spat out a mouthful of blood, Xiao Feng slowly gasped for breath for a while before speaking with an indifferent tone. Hearing those words, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his head. His gaze similarly stared at the latter, before sweeping towards the surrounding stands. The expression in his eyes slowly rotated until he caught a glimpse of Xiao Dingtian and the rest in the elder seating area. Only then did a sudden chill emerge in his heart. Turning his gaze back, he grinned and sneered. "It's not over yet." As his words fell, Xiao Yan immediately raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers linked together, and the heavenly flame in his body suddenly surged. Immediately after, flames of different colors gushed out from Xiao Yan's body. At almost the same time, the aura in his body rapidly rose like a rising tide. On his forehead, a familiar symbol flickered. Chapter 1471. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. Xiao Yan shouted in his heart, and the purple flames that surged out immediately retracted into his body. At the same time, Xiao Yan's rapidly rising aura skyrocketed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he wasn't inferior to Xiao Feng on the stage. "Oh? Secret technique, huh? But that's good. This way we can have a fair fight." Xiao Feng slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan, whose aura was rapidly rising. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He waved his arm, and the long spear in his hand shook violently. The sound of it breaking through the air immediately resounded. Suddenly, the two people on the stage seemed to have agreed on it. Two blurry figures burst out from each other. They carried a fierce aura and collided with each other under countless blazing gazes. On the stage, the distance between the two of them was close in the blink of an eye. The moment they got close, the two of them looked at each other. The undisguised fiery battle intent in their eyes surged out like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, Xiao Yuheng and the others on the elders' seating area stared at Xiao Yan on the stage. To be precise, they were staring at the mysterious symbol between his eyebrows. They were slightly surprised in their hearts. "That's the clan tattoo. It's something that was abandoned. I didn't expect to see it again after so many years." Xiao Zhen's old eyes stared at the clan tattoo between Xiao Yan's eyebrows that represented his identity. He couldn't help but have a rueful expression as he slowly sighed. Many of the clan elders by the side also had rueful expressions in their eyes. Only Xiao Dingtian narrowed his old eyes as he pondered in his heart. Xiao Jinghong, who was at the side, saw this situation. Although he had the intention, he still swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Clang! When the two of them collided, the clanging sound of steel colliding resounded in the arena. As this voice sounded, the two people in the arena withdrew with serious expressions. The heavy Shen ruler in Xiao Yan's hand and the long spear in Xiao Feng's hand were trembling intensely at this moment. The breathing of the two of them had also become increasingly hurried. The Skyfire 3 mysterious change had raised Xiao Yan's battle strength to an even higher level. In a situation where both parties were completely equal in cultivation, even someone as prideful as Xiao Feng could not help but feel a heavy pressure. Regardless of whether it was the circulation of Genesis Qi or the eruption of Genesis Qi, the current Xiao Yan was very different from before. He had no choice but to be extremely careful in every collision. If he was still able to use his skills to gain the upper hand in the previous collision, then in the current situation where Xiao Yan possessed absolute strength, any action of his could be grasped by Xiao Yan. If he was not careful, he would end up with a complete loss. At this moment, no one was willing to be the first to attack, much less reveal the slightest weakness. The situation on the stage had finally reached the most tense and oppressive moment. The intense wind pressure caused Xiao Feng's clothes to stick tightly to his skin. However, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest because of the giant ruler that was slashing towards him. His gaze was tightly fixed on the rapidly approaching giant ruler. Only when it was less than a meter away from his head did he sweep his long spear upwards. The sound of wind was heard as he accurately and craftily received the giant ruler. In an instant, the huge ruler, which had missed, once again swept horizontally at the instant Xiao Yan turned his body. The instant his expression changed, Xiao Feng used the long spear to block by his side. With a loud clang, the shocking strength that was transmitted from the long spear shook him until he was forced to take over 10 steps back. The buzzing sound that sounded beside his ears was incomparably ear-piercing. Even his two hands, which were tightly holding the spear, had a couple of wounds formed because of the frightening strength that was transmitted from it. Fresh blood flowed, but Xiao Feng did not have the time to care about it. The moment he stopped moving, Xiao Yan, with a domineering expression on his face, once again pressed forward. The ruler swung upwards and heavily smashed towards Xiao Feng's body. The latter used the spear as a whip and waved it to the extreme, forcefully bending the spear to the extreme before heavily smashing it against the ruler's body. A thunderous sound suddenly resounded as a huge force spread out. The palms of both parties trembled as the veins on their palms popped out. Their arms nervously controlled the weapons in their hands. Neither of them dared to relax in the slightest. At this moment, Xiao Feng grasped every opportunity. Relying on the advantage of the long spear, the tip of the spear stuck close to the ruler's body. Like a snake, it twisted and stretched forward, piercing towards Xiao Yan's wrist. Xiao Yan's gaze tightened slightly. The ruler's body was hurriedly pulled back while being lifted up at the same time. Xiao Yan patted the back of the ruler with one hand, using it as a high wall as he heavily charged toward Xiao Feng, forcing him to withdraw his attack. Wind Spirit Hand. Xiao Feng let out a low cry as he used his hand to change the universe. One of his hands kept the long spear behind him while his other hand suddenly slammed forward. Cool wind rotated and transformed into a countless number of invisible hands that surrounded Xiao Yan and violently smashed toward him. Xiao Yan was well aware that he had no way of dodging this dense attack. Immediately, he did not hesitate any longer. Numerous ruler glows rushed out the moment the enormous ruler was lifted. They came one after another and adhered to each other. The flame that surged out of the ruler vaguely formed an airtight firewall that blocked all of the invisible hands. The moment the palms scattered, the turbulent Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body once again began to churn violently. Fierce purple flames covered the body of the giant ruler as a powerful energy undulation swiftly gathered within it. It's coming! Knowing what was going on, a grave expression surfaced on Xiao Feng's face at this moment. As he retreated, the body of the spear abruptly turned and floated in midair. With a heavy rub of his palm, the long spear immediately started to spin rapidly. At the same time, waves of green flowing wind gathered in the space around his body, after which it rapidly condensed on the long spear. Faintly, waves of deep and low dragon roars resounded in the arena. A huge dragon that was formed by wind slowly coiled around the long spear. Xiao Feng is finally going to use his full strength. On the viewing platform, Xiao Lei softly sighed as he gazed at the rapidly spinning spear in front of Xiao Feng. To be able to force him to use such a move, Xiao Yan's strength has likely exceeded our expectations. By the side, Xiao Zhuobin faintly nodded. Amongst the younger generation of the clan, with the exception of the young clan leader, Xiao Lei and a few others, there was likely no one else who had the qualifications to force Xiao Feng to use such a move. Even with Xiao Zhuobin's pride, he had no choice but to admit that he did not possess such qualifications. It's not over yet. Don't forget that Xiao Yan still has a trump card that he has yet to use. I wonder what are the chances of that Fire Lotus winning against him? Xiao Lei smiled faintly, a look of longing appearing in his heart. It was at this moment that Xiao Feng's arrogant shout abruptly rang out. Great Dao skill. Thousand-wind baleful dipper. Chapter 1472. A thunderous roar suddenly sounded. At this moment, a huge green-colored dragon was entrenched on the rapidly rotating long spear that was suspended in front of Xiao Feng. After the roar from his mouth sounded, a green-colored light suddenly erupted. It was like a tsunami, bringing along a hurricane that engulfed the heavens and the earth as it suddenly erupted. The moment the green-colored light swept out in all directions, the hurricane in the heavens and the earth began to rotate. The green-colored wind dragon that was like a real dragon let out a roar towards the sky. Immediately, a terrifying suction force surged out and crazily swallowed the energy of the heavens and the earth. The body of the spear shot out and the huge dragon also rushed out. It cut through the air like lightning and headed straight for Xiao Yan in the distance. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding space collapsed. The vast energy was like a tsunami that slammed against the shore. It was really frightening. Xiao Feng's all-out attack was really terrifying. Faced with such a majestic aura, the expressions of everyone in the viewing gallery changed. Even with the strength of Xiao Lei and the First Elder, a deep solemn expression also surfaced on their faces at this moment. It was likely that if the two of them were to face this attack, they would not feel good either. Xiao Feng can be said to have practiced this thousand-wind demonic wind to the extreme. The strength of this kind of Do technique is likely far from what an ordinary E-class Do technique can achieve. To be able to become the heir, he naturally has the capital to be proud. As Xiao Mingyuan's words left his mouth, the First Elder, who had been silent by the side, finally revealed an expression of admiration on his face at this moment as he slowly spoke. As the heir, regardless of whether it was his cultivation talent or his character, Xiao Feng was extremely outstanding. This was something that the First Elder absolutely believed. In the past, no one among the Xiao clan members of the same generation could compare with him. However, with the addition of Xiao Yan, this point had finally changed. At the same time, Xiao Feng himself had also changed. In all these years, Xiao Yan was the first person in the clan gathering who could make Xiao Feng use his full strength. Qi. As the huge dragon descended, Xiao Yan, who was on the ground, continuously waved the huge ruler in his hand. A graceful ruler glow instantly destroyed the remaining invisible palms. The instant Xiao Yan raised his head, he saw the huge dragon that overlooked everything. A long spear that was wrapped in an overflowing aura that looked down on everything violently charged towards him. Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes were currently covered by a green-colored wind that came from all directions. Standing under the huge dragon, Xiao Yan was able to directly sense the frightening and sharp attack that was contained on the tip of the spear. Even so, Xiao Yan still had absolute confidence in his heart. No matter how tyrannical the huge dragon was, it was still somewhat inferior in front of him. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan took advantage of the fact that the ruler glow from before had yet to dissipate. Under the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan madly dashed forward, following which the huge ruler in his hand was heavily inserted into the ground. Following a deep roar from Xiao Yan's mouth, he tightly gripped the ruler's hilt with both hands. With a crazed expression on his face, the flames on the ruler's body instantly soared and rapidly melted the surrounding ground. Ha! With a forceful pull of his palm, the ground beneath his feet was easily split open like the surface of water. The instant the ruler light burst out, magma flew up into the sky. A towering ruler light burst out, and mixed with magma, it melted the void and rushed up with the momentum of breaking bamboo. Break for me! Xiao Feng's majestic cry suddenly sounded in the empty space. The tip of the long spear rotated rapidly. The huge dragon's mouth carried waves of roars as it descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the 1,000 feet large dark red ruler glow with a loud bang. Buzz! Under countless gazes, the world trembled and a buzzing sound swept out. Just as the faces of everyone present changed in shock, the shocking ruler glow in the sky suddenly trembled violently. Without waiting for everyone to make a move, on the ground, Xiao Yan once again waved the huge ruler with a solemn expression. It was not until the 9th wave that the ruler glow shot out and merged into it that the situation in the sky temporarily stabilized. In the stands, numerous gazes were filled with nervousness as they looked at the 2 huge balls of energy that were emitting intense energy fluctuations in the sky. In their hearts, they all faintly felt a sense of uneasiness. At this moment, everyone present was sweating profusely for the battle between the 2. On the elders' seats, Xiao Mingyuan frowned as his pair of old eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Yan on the stage. His breathing could not help but become slightly hurried. Xiao Yuheng, who was beside him, also had the same expectation in his heart. Even Xiao Jinghong was slowly clenching his fists as he muttered in his heart, "Little guy, you can't lose no matter what." Looking at the current battleground, it was likely that only Xiao Dingtian was looking forward to Xiao Yan's defeat. First Elder Xiao Jin frowned slightly as he looked at the 2 vast and mighty energies that were colliding intensely in the arena. A moment later, he seemed to have sensed something. He flicked his finger gently and a tiny ray of light immediately shot out. It entered the void in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who had a grave expression on his face, stabbed the heavy Xian ruler into the ground beside him. He gently exhaled as a solemn expression gradually surfaced on his face. With a thought, the remaining Genesis Qi in his body began to frantically circulate. However, just as the 2 of them moved, the majestic ruler glow in the sky, which was contending with the huge dragon, suddenly exploded with a bang. An unusually wild and violent energy immediately spread across the sky. Soon after, a shocking energy storm rapidly spread. Even though they were very far away, everyone present could still clearly sense the terror within it. Once the energy storm swept out, it was likely that there would be very few of them who would be able to survive if they were affected by it. Clang! At this critical moment, a tremendous energy barrier suddenly condensed in the sky above the huge battle arena. It was like a huge bowl that enveloped the entire battle arena. No matter how powerful the energy shockwaves were, they were unable to shake it in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the fear that had been forced to the back of everyone's throat was finally able to recover. Ugh! After being struck by the energy shockwaves, Xiao Yan's chest suddenly sank. A mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth, and his feet involuntarily retreated half a step. He clenched his teeth and barely stabilized his body. Lifting his head, he saw that Xiao Feng was not much better off than him. Xiao Feng's face was as pale as paper, but his expression was still as crazy and passionate as before. This battle could be said to be a satisfying one. The ruler glow was broken and the wind dragon scattered. However, the remaining strength on the long spear was still powerful. At this moment, there was no longer any obstruction. It carried an overwhelming victory as it once again charged toward Xiao Yan. It was also at this moment that the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile. At the same time he lifted his eyes, they were similarly filled with a wild beast-like violent expression. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the long spear that was shot over like a star arrow. He slowly raised both of his hands. As the final seal was formed, a hand seal that contained a powerful energy slowly took shape between his hands. Chapter 1473. Mountain River Seal. With a low cry in his heart, Xiao Yan's hands immediately pushed forward. The handprint between his 2 palms immediately shot towards the spear that was rapidly descending from the sky. It rapidly grew as it met the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a giant handprint that was dozens of feet in size. Purple flames gathered on it, and its craggy aura caused one's heart to feel an indescribable heaviness. This is the Gu clan's 8 Emperor Seal Arts? Why is it in Xiao Yan's hands? At this instant, Xiao Lei and his brother in the viewing gallery, as well as the group of elders in the elders' VIP seats, turned their shocked gazes toward Xiao Yan, who had displayed the Mountain River Seal in the arena. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. "Humph, this old man has already said that this child cannot be allowed to stay if he harbors disloyalty. All of you should believe me now, right?" On the other hand, Xiao Dingtian was not angered by this scene. Instead, an expression of satisfaction was revealed on his face. He raised his eyebrows as he glanced at Xiao Mingyuan and the rest and sneered. "You cannot just look at the surface. Xiao Yan has already said that he had seen the Zhao clan attack the Ouyang clan. Perhaps he had acted to save them back then, and the other party just so happened to be a member of the Gu clan. It would be a little too much of a woman's heart if you treat the return of others as having ill intentions." Although Xiao Mingyuan and the rest appeared to be in a difficult position, they were still at a loss in the face of Xiao Dingtian's sneer. At the crucial moment, it was the first elder's words that stopped them. Only then did the latter resentfully withdraw his gaze in an unresigned manner. 8 Emperor Seal Arts Huh. Today, let me experience the might of the Gu clan's secret technique. Xiao Feng's gaze once again returned to the arena. After Xiao Yan unleashed the mountain river seal, Xiao Feng's expression had finally turned completely grave. He had naturally heard of this Do skill's reputation, and did not dare to be careless after witnessing it. Without any hesitation, he took a heavy step forward as a low cry was emitted from his mouth. He did his best to maneuver the little Genesis Qi in his body. Soon after, the green glow on the rapidly descending spear grew a little denser. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was unusually calm as he stood on the ground below. He had gained some understanding of the mountain river seal during this period of time that he had been practicing it. This seal, along with the first 6 seals, had a strength that was comparable to a high-level E-class Do technique. He believed that even if Xiao Feng was at his peak, he would not dare to be careless. Of course, Xiao Yan had used the mountain river seal at this moment because he wanted to obtain victory. This was indeed not bad. However, he also hoped to use this opportunity to test himself and see just how much control he had over the 8 seals of the God Seal. The spear pierced through the air like a falling meteor as it pierced towards Xiao Yan below. The flaming handprint swelled with the wind like a flaming banner as it streaked across the air, burning the surrounding invisible space until it violently distorted. Soon after, it heavily collided with the tip of the spear. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded. Energy ripples swept out once again. The 2 energies continued to erode each other in the void. At the point of contact between the 2, the invisible void became extremely distorted. In the end, it actually burst apart. This time around, the long spear finally trembled uncontrollably under the strong suppression of the handprint. Even with Xiao Feng's full support, the feeling of helplessness within it was extremely clear when it faced Xiao Yan's attack after the previous round of exhaustion. This stalemate between the 2 parties on the battle stage merely lasted for a couple of breaths. Soon after, under everyone's gazes, the tip of the long spear that had collided with the handprint suddenly emitted a clear cracking sound. In the next moment, it suddenly exploded with a bang. Grug! Xiao Feng's expression turned pale. His footsteps continuously retreated as a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from his mouth. The aura of his entire body had also completely withered. At this moment, this battle could be considered to have come to an end. However, what happened? In the arena, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed. His mind was using all his strength to control the enormous handprint that continued to explode forward. A surprised expression involuntarily surfaced on his face. As expected, it is still too forceful. Even though Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to control the handprint that continued to explode forward, the latter remained unaffected and continued to explode forward. Damn it! Stop it now! Xiao Yan hardened his heart. He bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth and fresh blood shot out. His finger quickly pressed on it. A thought passed through his mind and at the same time, an invisible energy ripple followed the invisible space and began to spread. Buzz buzz? In the void, when the enormous handprint came to a halt, a colorful light flashed within a transparent crystal ball in a certain large hall within the Xiao clan. At the same time, the anxious expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually disappeared when he saw that the mountain river seal had finally stopped. He gently exhaled a breath of air. A thought passed through his mind and he hurriedly scattered this frightening thing. Everyone in the elders' seats looked at the situation in the arena. Many of them had a somewhat complicated expression in their eyes. This continued until Xiao Mingyuan strode forward with a face full of smiles. He raised his head and said, "Xiao Yan wins this battle." Wow! As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces turned sluggish. The atmosphere in the arena froze for a moment. In the next moment, an uproar suddenly broke out. In the arena, the pale-faced Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng looked at each other from afar. The two of them did not have much emotion because of this so-called victory. In the light, they were still filled with the same burning fighting spirit as before. On the spectator stand, Xiao Xian ignored the surrounding cheers. His figure moved and appeared in the arena in the blink of an eye. He supported Xiao Yan, who was about to fall. This battle could not be considered to be using all of their strength. However, the intense battle within it was something that no other battle in the past had ever possessed. Every punch hit flesh, creating a strong wind. Two experts of the same level, just by relying on their outstanding fighting techniques, were able to cause the excitement of this battle to not lose to any of the previous battles. It might even surpass them. It was really exciting. Moreover, the mountain river seal that Xiao Yan had displayed in the end had a strength that could be said to be terrifying. If it had not been withdrawn in the end, it was likely that Xiao Feng would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. After the battle ended, the two individuals on the stage were completely exhausted and had no energy to continue standing on the stage. They had no choice but to be brought back. The remaining matters naturally fell onto the group of elders on the stage. Among them, Xiao Dingtian was the most depressed. Somewhere on the high platform, Xiao Xiaojun and the voluptuous Xiao Siyu were watching the situation on the arena. Only when Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng were carried off the arena did the latter speak indifferently. If I remember correctly, Xiao Lei once said that during the battle with the brothers, the last Do skill that Xiao Yan used was a strange flame that was similar to a lotus flower. He did not use that move today. Hee. Everyone has their own trump cards. Who would reveal their true strength in front of others unless it's a matter of life and death? But after hearing what you said, I'm even more curious about him. Even you weren't able to obtain the approval of Huizhu, but in the end you chose to follow him. Xiao Xiaojun turned his head to look at the woman and said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Siyu could not help but glare at the former. Soon after, she turned her eyes and slowly said, I am also curious. However, let's wait a little longer. We will know sooner or later. Chapter 1474. Following the end of the clan gathering, all the clan members who participated in it left. However, in the next few days, the entire Xiao clan was still immersed in the deep shock brought about by the shocking battle. Even though the clan gathering had ended, waves of intense discussions could still be heard from all over the clan. Among them, Xiao Yan's appearance and the battle with Xiao Feng was naturally the most eye-catching. Everyone took delight in talking about it. Many people couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression when they mentioned Xiao Yan's name. Who would have thought that Xiao Yan, an outsider whom the entire Xiao clan couldn't tolerate half a year ago, would actually be able to display a shocking strength that made all the younger generation of the Xiao clan blush with shame. Until now, those who had objected to Xiao Dingtian's actions had all changed their opinions after this incident. It was also after this incident that within a short few days, the courtyard where Xiao Yan was at was filled with endless footsteps. All the elders and deacons in the clan, regardless of their status, squeezed into the courtyard in order to see Xiao Yan. Even Xiao Xian couldn't completely stop these fellows. Fortunately, Xiao Xiaojun stepped forward in the end and stopped the situation. Even so, everyone still insisted on expressing their wishes and hoped that Xiao Yan would step forward to meet them. After the large group of people blocking the front courtyard left one by one, Xiao Xian stood in front of the door and looked at the name list filled with various identities in his hand. He couldn't help but sigh. He was lazy by nature and didn't want to take charge of any complicated matters. However, he had no choice but to stand at the forefront for Xiao Yan. Haha! The Xiao clan hasn't seen such a situation for a long time. It seems like they have confirmed Xiao Yan's existence this time. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiao Jun smiled faintly and said with some emotion. Xiao Xian lowered his eyelids and smiled when he heard that. However, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. Everyone knew about the Central Plains and there was no need to say anything. Young clan leader can't be like them and have specially come to see Xiao Yan, right? Xiao Xian said leisurely after closing the door. Haha, I have never liked to take the ordinary path. This trip is specially to see you, elder. At the same time, I will also personally hand over the reward for the clan gathering to Xiao Yan. Xiao Jun smiled slyly. At the end of his words, there was a hint of purposefulness. When Xiao Xian heard that, the two of them smiled tacitly and walked towards the depths of the courtyard together. At the same time that various rumors were spreading in an uproar in the outside world, Xiao Yan was currently quietly sitting cross-legged on the bed in his dormitory. His aura was completely withdrawn. Wisps of natural energy were repeatedly gathering in the surrounding empty space. They were completely refined and absorbed following the circulation of the qi method within his body. During the battle with Xiaofeng, the mountain river seal that Xiao Yan had used in the end had forced him to the point where he was completely exhausted. As a result, he had been in a daze for 2 days after the battle. Fortunately, Xiao Yan soon discovered that his cultivation had faintly shown signs of increasing. He didn't dare to say that it had increased by a large margin, but it was enough to allow him to break through to the middle level of a 3-star origin ancestor. Buzz! At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled while he was cultivating. The energy that had gathered in the surrounding space suddenly became sluggish. Soon after, a sudden and violent suction force crazily tore the energy into his body. In addition to the crazy refinement of the heavenly flame, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from Xiao Yan's body. As the aura continued to rise, it instantly surpassed the aura that Xiao Yan had once possessed at his peak. Even though this change only lasted for a few breaths, it was still a pleasant surprise. Huff! When the rising aura came to a stop, Xiao Yan exhaled a breath of air from his mouth. An energy ripple suddenly spread out from within his body, shattering all the furniture around him. Even the entire room involuntarily trembled. What happened? At the same time, an exclamation suddenly sounded from the courtyard outside the door. Soon after, the tightly shut door was opened and Xiao Xian appeared in the dormitory with a frown. He eyed the messy room in front of him and then looked at Xiao Yan, who was smiling awkwardly on the bed. He could not help but curl his lips and say, "What are you talking about? You should go to the training room when you cultivate in the future. You don't have to waste these furniture." Xiao Yan only parted his mouth and smiled in response. The instant he withdrew his gaze, he saw the human figure who had strode into the room with his head held high. In an instant, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened. All the hairs on his body stood on end as a dangerous aura involuntarily climbed into his heart. "Haha! Cousin Xiao Yan's talent is indeed astonishing. You have just broken through to a 3-star origin ancestor a few months ago, and your cultivation has risen again so quickly. This is truly worthy of celebration." Ignoring Xiao Yan's nervous expression, young Master Xiao smiled faintly and cupped his hands together in a rather courteous manner. "You are young Master Xiao?" Xiao Yan's eyebrows tightened when he heard the latter's words. He stood up and landed on the ground. His gaze stared at the rather muscular figure as he asked in a serious voice. Although Xiao Yan was unable to completely ascertain the depth of this fellow's aura, he could clearly determine that this person's cultivation was definitely the strongest amongst all the younger generation members of the Xiao clan that he had ever seen. Even people as strong as Xiao Lei and Xiaofeng could not compare to him. According to what he knew, there was only one such person in the entire Xiao clan. 7-star origin sect, young Master Xiao. Absolutely correct. I am young Master Xiao. If the cousin doesn't mind, you can also call me elder cousin. It will be easier for us to get to know each other in the clan in the future. Young Master Xiao smiled warmly. His face was completely harmless. Compared to his astonishing cultivation, his attitude was much more modest. Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he heard these words. They were unrelated by blood, so why would he say such a thing? However, in the blink of an eye, He looked at Xiao Xian, who had no intention of speaking. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. "What are you doing here? Cousin has left everyone in the dust and become the champion of the clan gathering. As the young clan leader and elder cousin, I am naturally here to congratulate you." Young Master Xiao smiled. As his voice sounded, he casually waved his hand and a storage ring flew towards Xiao Yan. "This is the reward for the champion of the clan gathering. In addition, I will give this to you as well." Young Master Xiao paused for a moment after his words sounded. Subsequently, he flipped his hand and took out a milky white multi-edged crystal ball. The instant the crystal ball was taken out, all the energy in the space where the three of them were suddenly and violently boiled uncontrollably. In the arena, the expressions on Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's faces were exceptionally interesting at this moment. P.S. Very busy. I am busy with exams during the day and still have to return at night. Can't the damn teacher release the PowerPoint slides for the courses earlier? What does he mean by releasing them at the end of the semester? I still have to catch the train at 7 in the morning. Let's leave it at that for now. Chapter 1475. After taking out the wooden token, Xiao Xiaojun didn't stay any longer and casually tossed it to Xiao Yan. While puzzled, Xiao Xiaojun caught the wooden token that was thrown over. A faint warmth from the wooden token was immediately transmitted into Xiao Yan's palm the moment he made contact with it. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows slightly. This warmth was emitted from within the wooden token. This inevitably caused the curiosity in his heart to become even greater. What is this? Xiao Yan looked at the wooden token in his hand in astonishment before shifting his gaze back to Xiao Xiaojun. The latter smiled faintly and said, "This is the Fire Dragon token. This is the Fire Banyan token. It is the key to enter the Fire Banyan ruins. Only by carrying it can one enter smoothly. However, because I am of the metal attribute, this thing is not very useful to me. I originally planned to give it to Xiao Tian, but now it seems that you are more suitable." Xiao Yan's suspicions grew. He clearly didn't know what Xiao Xiaojun was talking about. Xiao Xian muttered to himself about the so-called Fire Banyan ruins. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly said in surprise, "The Fire Banyan ruins refers to the clan ruins where the Fire Banyan clan used to be?" "That's right." Xiao Xiaojun slowly nodded. The thoughts in Xiao Yan's mind were suddenly awakened when he heard about the Fire Banyan tribe. He immediately understood in his heart. No wonder young Master Xiao had said that it was meaningless. This Fire Banyan tribe was known for practicing fire affinity Genesis Qi. The Fire Banyan clan, like the Spirit Ginseng clan, belonged to the Spirit Tree clan. They had been left behind since ancient times, and when they were strong, they weren't inferior to the current three great clans or even the other two clans. However, 1,000 years ago, the originally prosperous Fire Banyan clan disappeared overnight. The entire clan seemed to have evaporated from the world, and not a single one was left behind. It was not long after that incident that the Spirit Ginseng tribe, which was as famous as the Spirit Ginseng tribe, decided to move their entire tribe out of the middle region. However, after experiencing various incidents, the Spirit Ginseng tribe was embroiled in endless internal strife. There was no end to the internal strife, and external threats were worrisome. As for the Fire Banyan clan world that had been tragically exterminated, it gradually evolved into the Fire Banyan ruins in the long river of history. Although there wasn't a single person inside, given the Fire Banyan clan's former prosperity, the power left behind wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. The various unique treasures inside had attracted countless people to fight for them. The Fire Banyan token was an invitation letter that the Fire Banyan clan had distributed to some of the major clans in the central region. And the original invitation letter had turned into a key to enter the Fire Banyan ruins. And after various changes of events, it had become the Fire Banyan clan. The Fire Banyan clan had been an invitation letter, and invitation letters. The changes of the world were lamentable and laughable. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he heard all these. Such a large clan had actually ended up in such a state after being exterminated. It was no wonder that the Spirit Ginseng clan had moved their entire clan. Although they were no longer prosperous, they had fortunately managed to survive. The middle region, which appeared calm on the surface, was secretly churning with shocking undercurrents. Xiao Xiaojun fell into deep thought when he saw the change in Xiao Yan's expression. Now that the Fire Banyan clan was mentioned, he couldn't help but recall the Northern Stone clan that had happened not long ago. He slowly rubbed his hands under his sleeves, and the expression in his eyes involuntarily changed. Similarly, they were an ancient clan that had been left behind since ancient times. They also possessed a powerful foundation. Similarly, they were exterminated in a single night in their own clan world. Coupled with the similar incidents that had occurred in the central region over the years, it made one feel even more uneasy. If this were to continue, it would be Xiao clan's turn soon. That's right. There is one more thing that I think I need to inform you of. Xiao Xiaojun suddenly spoke in a somewhat mocking manner after he recovered his senses. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and looked at the former curiously. As the clan gathering champion, the Crown Prince Xiaofeng was defeated by you. According to the clan rules, you will take over the position of the Crown Prince and become the new Crown Prince of the clan. Xiao Yan's expression was stunned the moment these words were uttered. Other than a battle between the two of them, the battle with Xiaofeng was merely a way for him to prove himself to the members of the Xiao clan. He did not have the slightest interest in the position of the heir of the Xiao clan. At this moment, Xiao Xiaojun's words had left his mouth, causing him to feel a headache. In the eyes of other people, the addition of the position of the heir to Xiao Yan's position might be an honor. However, for Xiao Yan, once he accepted it, he would have to take part in many of the clan's external matters. Even if he did not take the lead, he would have to be present. This was undoubtedly a kind of burden for him, who had a free and undisciplined nature. Haha, there is no need to think too much. The Crown Prince's position isn't forcefully given to you. If you aren't willing, you can just abdicate. The clan won't make things difficult for you. Furthermore, this person is you. Not to mention others, even Elder Xiao Dingtian wouldn't reject it. Xiao Xiaojun smiled faintly. Only then did the latter let out a long sigh of relief. If he had to stay in the clan for this position, it would be no different from being imprisoned. As for now, since you have recovered, I believe that the clan will arrange the clan ceremony in 2 days. At that time, it will be the time for the two of you to be officially entered into the clan records. I will congratulate you first. Xiao Xiaojun cupped his fist and spoke with a gentle expression as he looked at the two before him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but curiously stare at the former. Clan ceremony? What is that? Xiao Xiaojun was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but be speechless as he cursed in his heart. This fellow, Xiao Dingtian, is so against you. Don't tell me that you don't even know the reason? Xiao Xiaojun glanced at Xiao Xian and saw the latter's resentful expression. He nodded hesitantly and paused for a moment before speaking. All right then, let me explain it to you. The clan sacrifice is a major event for the younger generation of a clan, aside from the clan meeting. It's also something that most of the younger generation of a clan will experience. The participants must be from the younger generation of the clan who have ascended to the Source 1 rank. Of course, some of the older clan elders who are only at the Source 1 rank will also be allowed to participate in the sacrifice. Speaking up to here, Xiao Xiaojun couldn't help but glance at Xiao Xian. The latter silently nodded. Clearly, he had some understanding of this. The main purpose of the clan ceremony is, speaking up to here, just as Xiao Xiaojun was about to explain the specific content of the clan ceremony, a wave of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the room. Immediately after, Lian Er's anxious shout suddenly resounded. Not good. By Hua He. Something has happened. The words were shocking. In the room, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun's emotions suddenly changed drastically. Xiao Xiaojun was stunned once again, and the words in his mouth came to an abrupt halt. When he recovered, the two beside him had flashed out of the door in the blink of an eye. Their expressions were abnormally grave as they stared at Lian Er, who had appeared in front of the door. What's going on? Isn't Bai Hua still unconscious? Xiao Yan's expression was extremely grave. Ever since he heard the hurried footsteps, uneasiness rose in his heart. However, The girl's words turned this emotion into reality. He's awake. He just woke up. But I don't know why, but he suddenly changed his appearance. If not for the protection of the array, I'm afraid that he would have already rushed out. At this moment, Lian Er's face was flushed with a nervous expression. After Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun heard this, the emotions in their hearts suddenly fell to the bottom. The fists under their sleeves involuntarily clenched tightly. What's going on? At this moment, Xiao Xiaojun's face was blank. However, the three people present had no time to explain. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun looked at each other. The moment they nodded, their figures had already disappeared from the courtyard. Only Xiao Xiaojun was left. He looked at the girl in front of him with a face of suspicion. After hesitating for a moment, his figure moved and quickly chased after Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun's aura. Chapter 1476. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's expressions were grave as they watched the strange human figure that was half black and half white in the courtyard from the outer area of the courtyard, which was sealed by a golden light. Their hearts were filled with shock because of this. They did not expect that Bai Hua would undergo another unusual change. How can this be? He has already consumed the Yun spirit pill. Logically speaking, the two soul origins should have completely merged. Did he fail? Xiao Xian frowned. He did not believe that Xiao Yan had personally taken action. The result should not have been like this. No, he didn't fail. Just looking at his current aura, he has probably reached the level of a 7-star source sect. This means that there was no accident during the merging process. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head as he stared at Bai Hua, who was within the formation. At this moment, the latter's body was violently trembling. Waves of boundless energy whizzed out from his body, constantly colliding with the formation. Even the buildings around the formation were constantly shaking. However, it could be seen that not only was Bai Hua venting his violent emotions, he was also forcefully suppressing the restless energy in his body. This momentum clearly could not last for long. He's Bai Hua. Xiao Xiaojun, who was swiftly chasing from behind, had also placed his attention on Bai Hua, who was within the formation. When he saw this scene, there was not much surprise on his face. Clearly, he had heard of this matter before. However, when he sensed the powerful aura that erupted from Bai Hua's body, which was not inferior to his own, and was even more powerful, even with his temperament, shock involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. He was fine at first, but not long after, he suddenly became like this. I can see that he seems to be trying his best to suppress something, but he still did not succeed. Lian Er had rushed over and her beautiful eyes were anxiously looking at Bai Hua. As she spoke, her voice gradually sounded like she was about to cry. Combined with the rather tense atmosphere, it caused the mood of the few people to become even more depressed. Should we take action and restrain him? Xiao Xian could not help but pull the girl into his arms when he saw her pitiful appearance. After a moment of hesitation, he asked Xiao Yan. The latter paused for a moment, but he shook his head. He stared at Bai Hua and said thoughtfully, "Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait a little longer. I think it won't take long." Xiao Xian only nodded when he heard this. Xiao Xiaojun by the side glanced at Xiao Yan with great interest. He glanced at his old brother, who was about to go berserk, and nodded without anyone noticing. Being able to tolerate Bai Hua, who had undergone an unusual change, and still have hope in this current situation was something that many people were unable to do. At the very least, if such a situation were to land in the hands of the other members of the Xiao clan, it was likely that they would have hardened their hearts and killed her for safety. Why would they wait until now? The thing that caused Xiao Xiaojun to be even more surprised was that around 15 minutes after Xiao Yan's words sounded, the violently trembling body of Bai Hua, who was repeatedly struggling crazily within the courtyard, actually gradually calmed down. The threads of black air that lingered around her body gradually scattered. By the time she raised her head and roared, all of the black air had completely entered her body through the pores of her entire body. Half of her black-colored body finally returned to normal. At this moment, Bai Hua collapsed to the ground as if she was completely exhausted. Her entire body was drenched in cold sweat and her body twitched uncontrollably. The moment she saw Xiao Yan, Her vision turned black and she fainted. A moment later, Xiao Yan and the others suddenly stood in a bedroom. At this moment, the latter's expression was somewhat serious as he released Bai Hua's wrist. "How is it?" At this moment, the girl was the most anxious. When she saw Xiao Yan release her hand, she immediately stepped forward and asked. Xiao Xian and Xiao Xiaojun silently looked at Xiao Yan, feeling somewhat nervous in their hearts. The two soul origins have indeed successfully fused. This is in line with my thoughts, but before the three people in front of him could breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Yan immediately said, "The problem is that the two soul origins are different. The two soul origins cannot be fused. Once they collide, it is possible that it will scatter her consciousness at any time. In other words, what happened today can happen again at any time." When these words were said, Lian Er's heart, which was hanging high, immediately fell to the bottom. Her delicate body went limp and she almost fell. Xiao Yan's words clearly indicated that this Bai Hua in front of her, who had accompanied her for many years, could become a wild beast that went berserk at any moment. How could this young lady endure this? Let's talk about it. What's the solution? Xiao Xian carefully supported Lian Er. His tone was rather impatient. He knew Xiao Yan's character. If he did not have a solution, he would not say it so casually. On the side, Xiao Xiaojun fell into deep thought after hearing Xiao Yan's words. His fingers under his sleeves gently tapped. Xiao Yan could not help but be taken aback when he saw Xiao Xian's appearance. He then took a deep breath and said, "In this kind of situation, from what I can see, there are only three ways to resolve it. Either Bai Hua uses her own strength to balance the two energies, or seal her cultivation base." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the few people present changed slightly. They naturally knew what it meant to seal one's cultivation. Once one's cultivation was sealed, it meant that one would be unable to cultivate before the seal was undone. Their current strength would not be able to advance at all. In the central region where one's strength was changing rapidly, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow. The third method, heaven-seeking pill. This time it was Xiao Yan and Xiao Xiaojun who spoke in unison. Their gazes instantly gathered together. They did not expect the two of them to have such tacit understanding. "I did not expect to coincide with cousin Xiao Yan. It is my honor." Xiao Xiaojun smiled and said, "I have only heard of its name." Looking at the smiling Xiao Xiaojun in front of him, Xiao Yan was slightly surprised. This fellow had clearly expected it. "Haha, so that's how it is. The heaven-seeking pill is a high-grade rank 8 pill. It is said that this pill can be used to increase one's strength and also to heal injuries. The dead are just a body. The heaven-seeking pill can even heal injuries to the soul. As long as the soul remains, there will be a trace of life. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has the effect of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. However, this pill is unique to the pill tower and is peerless in the world." As soon as he finished speaking, Lian Er's pretty face, which had just been filled with hope, instantly paled. No matter how little she knew about the central region, she understood the weight of the pill tower. If she wanted to obtain the heaven-seeking pill, her chances were slim. "As far as I know, the ancestor of the pill tower has given this pill to 3 people so far. One of them was given to Ouyang Yu of the Ouyang family." Sword Saint Yulan? Xiao Yan raised his brows. He did not expect the latter to reach such a level. As for the other one, why don't Brother Xiao Yan take a guess? Xiao Xiaojun narrowed his eyes and smiled at Xiao Yan. His tone was somewhat teasing. Hearing this, the latter was slightly startled. He sized up the person in front of him. Seeing the expression on the former's face, he felt some disbelief in his heart. After pondering for a while, he asked suspiciously, "Could it be in my Xiao family?" "That's right. The second pill is in the hands of the second elder." Xiao Xiaojun smiled slightly. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately focused and the huge black tower in Shuyang City appeared in his mind. He asked in surprise, "Xiao Etian? You can't call him by his name," Xiao Xiaojun said in a deep voice. The latter quickly nodded and asked again, Could it be that the third pill is in the hands of the Bai family? They don't have the qualifications. As soon as these words came out, Xiaojun immediately laughed contemptuously and said, although the three great clans are equally famous in the central region, the Ouyang family is the most powerful among them. Although my Xiao family can't be compared to the Ouyang family, it is still an ancient family after all. As for the Bai family, it is at most a force that came out of a third-rate family. Although these words were spoken in a casual manner, it was not difficult to hear the arrogance within them. However, this also caused the curiosity within Xiao Yan's heart to become even denser. If it was not the Bai clan, just what kind of powerful person would be able to get the ancestor of the pill tower to gift a medicinal pill? As for the whereabouts of the third medicinal pill, I'm not too sure either. I only know that it was given to an extraordinary woman who was once renowned throughout the central region. However, as for who it was, this piece of history is too ancient. I'm afraid there aren't many people left who know about it. The WeChat public account is also updating from time to time. Everyone can search for Time's Ill-Fated Fate to follow and read. Chapter 1477. After Xiaojun left, Xiao Yan, who was standing in the courtyard, once again thought about what he had said earlier. The heaven-questioning pill. One was missing, while the other was in the Ouyang family. Even the pill closest to him, which was also the most likely, was in the hands of the second elder of the family, Xiao Etian. Unfortunately, Xiao Etian was in seclusion. From the looks of it, the chances of obtaining the heaven-questioning pill were slim. You can't rush this kind of thing. Why don't you find an opportunity to ask the first elder? Perhaps he can contact the second elder. Behind him, Xiao Xian slowly walked over from the entrance. His wise eyes seemed to have seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts as he smiled and comforted him. The latter could only helplessly shake his head when he heard this. The matter of the heaven-questioning pill could only be temporarily put aside. However, the clan sacrifice that Xiaojun had mentioned earlier made Xiao Yan extremely concerned. It was a grand event comparable to a clan gathering. Even someone as strong as the Source Sect could only barely obtain the qualifications to participate. With such harsh conditions, what exactly was the clan sacrifice? Ancestor, do you know what the clan sacrifice is? Xiao Yan turned around to look at Xiao Xian, who had returned to his seat at the stone table, and asked curiously. Hearing this, Xiao Xian paused for a moment. He lifted the teacup in his hand and took a sip. He smiled and said, I have not personally witnessed the process, so I do not know the specific contents of the clan sacrifice. I only know that the clan sacrifice is held to stimulate the power of the bloodline. Stimulate the power of the bloodline? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. His understanding of the power of the bloodline was still at the Dou Emperor bloodline level. However, following the gradual increase in his cultivation over the years, the increase in strength brought by the power of the bloodline had become increasingly thin. As a result, Xiao Yan rarely used the power of the bloodline. He did not expect the Xiao clan to have such a method. Just as Xiao Yan was pondering to himself, a white-clothed and pale Bai Hua slowly walked out of the room with Lian Er's support. Are you all right? Xiao Yan immediately withdrew his thoughts when he saw Bai Hua. Xiao Xian stood up and stepped forward with an amiable expression. Sorry for making you guys worry. Bai Hua shook her head weakly. Xiao Yan took out a few pills and handed them over to her. After she consumed them, he accompanied her to the stone table. I understand the situation now. I know what's wrong with my body. I didn't think that the nature pill would cause such a result. I was too careless back then. Thinking back to what had happened in the past few days, Bai Hua could not help but feel a sense of self-blame. If it were not for her, Xiao Yan would not have gotten into so much trouble. Xiao Yan shook his head indifferently and smiled. It doesn't matter. Some troubles can't be avoided. It's just a change of form. You just have to take care of yourself and leave the rest to us. At the side, Xiao Xian smiled and nodded in agreement. A moving smile appeared on Lian Er's bitter face as she gently stroked Bai Hua's back to comfort her. The warmth in Bai Hua's heart gradually grew when she saw the three people in front of her acting this way. She did not say any more courteous words. After pondering for a while, she nodded her head heavily. The situation in the clan had become much calmer in the following days. After the clan gathering ended, Xiao Dingtian no longer came to pester Xiao Yan. All the elders of the clan who came to visit Xiao Yan were rejected by Xiao Xian. This period of time was the most leisurely and peaceful period since Xiao Yan had entered the Xiao clan. All the troubles seemed to have disappeared with the end of the clan gathering. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Xiao Yan once again welcomed two familiar figures in front of his door. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin. Congratulations. No wonder I haven't seen you these days. It turns out that you went into seclusion to make a breakthrough. In the living room, Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the two brothers in front of him. After not seeing each other for a few days, Xiao Zhuobin's cultivation had already broken through to a 5-star origin ancestor. Haha! When the conditions are right, I naturally broke through. Xiao Zhuobin smiled faintly. There was a trace of unconcealable joy in his eyes. Obviously, he had been looking forward to this breakthrough for a long time. On the other hand, Xiao Lei was already very familiar with this guy's character. He simply teased him and took the teacup that Lien handed over. He sized up the beautiful girl in front of him and said seriously, "We're not here to joke with you today." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yan raised his eyes slightly and was a little surprised. Xiao Lei took a sip of the fragrant tea and immediately said, "The list of people participating in the clan sacrifice has been listed. We're here to invite you to the ancestral hall." Hearing the words clan sacrifice, Xiao Yan's face immediately rippled. After waiting patiently for these days, he had finally welcomed this mysterious clan sacrifice. It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly stepped into the living room. The three of them immediately looked over and saw Xiao Xian and Xiao Mingyuan walking over together. When the latter saw Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin, he immediately understood in his heart. He was a little surprised and laughed loudly. Then, he looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Hey, I'm late." "Heh, looks like this old man is late. Brat, you already know?" "You're not late. We just arrived as well." Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin didn't dare to be negligent when they saw the newcomers. They quickly stood up and cupped their hands with a smile. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He looked at Xiao Xian and smiled. Then he stood up and teased Xiao Mingyuan. "Why is the third elder also participating in the clan sacrifice? This old man has no interest in participating in a child's play. I just don't want Xiao Dingtian to cause any more trouble. I'm worried about you, so I decided to follow and take a look." Xiao Mingyuan curled his lips. He had forgotten that Xiao Dingtian's grandson was still standing in front of him. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Lei, who was beside him. The latter just smiled indifferently and shrugged with Xiao Zhuobin tacitly without saying anything. Although Elder Xiao Dingtian had the intention to make things difficult for us during the clan meeting, it wasn't to the extent of pointing fingers. Moreover, the clan sacrifice is a big matter. There shouldn't be any problems, right? After pondering for a while, Xiao Yan said slowly, "I hope so. It's just that that stubborn old man is quite concerned about the bloodline quality of you and your grandson. He can't interfere too much during the clan meeting. If he were to make a move this time, I'm afraid things won't be so easy to pass." Xiao Mingyuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He frowned and stared at the old man in front of him. He asked in surprise, "Our bloodline quality? What does this have to do with him?" I can't explain it to you now. Let's go to the ancestral temple first. You will naturally understand when we get there." Xiao Mingyuan hesitated for a long while before replying vaguely. Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin by the side faced each other. Their hearts were deep in thought. Currently, only Xiao Yan was completely confused. He did not understand the meaning behind Xiao Mingyuan's words. After musing for a long while, he finally clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Then let's go to the ancestral temple." Chapter 1478. The Xiao clan's ancestral temple was located at the back of the Xiao clan's clan hall. This place was closed all year round. Usually, other than the higher-ups of the clan, the only chance for the others to come here was the clan sacrifice. Today was the day of the clan sacrifice. Only through this opportunity would these people have the opportunity to see the interior of the ancestral temple. Outside the ancestral temple was a courtyard that occupied a rather vast area. It was orderly in all directions, and strange stones stood in great numbers. The ground was made of hard black rock, and it was carved with mysterious runes. Looking from above, one could see that these runes were intertwined to form a huge formation. Even the seemingly ordinary objects displayed in the courtyard were a part of this formation. The ancestral temple was located at the centermost position of the entire formation. It was not difficult to imagine that if someone tried to trespass, no matter which direction they came from, they would trigger the operation of this large formation. At this moment, there were many figures standing in the front courtyard of the ancestral temple. Most of them were the figures who appeared in the clan meeting. They were also the outstanding figures among the younger generation of the Shao clan. Shao Feng and the others were among them. Even the young clan leader, Shao Xiaojun, was standing in the field. As for the few middle-aged men, they were deacons of various places in the clan. They relied on their contributions to the clan to make an exception and enter this place to participate in the clan sacrifice. In front of the ancestral temple, with Xiao Yuheng as the leader, there were 3 people standing side by side. On the right was Xiao Dingtian, who had a gloomy face, and on the left was a well-built woman. At this moment, the 3 of them were silent. Their eyes were calmly looking at the people present. When the woman withdrew her stern gaze, she looked at the sky above her head and couldn't help but frown. According to the rules, it was time to open the ancestral temple. However, Xiao Yuheng, who was standing at the side, was indifferent. It seemed as though he was deliberately waiting for someone. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from outside the door. A few figures suddenly flashed and walked in with large strides. They quickly appeared in the sight of everyone present. It was Xiao Yan and the others. Heh! This fellow is really high profile. Looking at the several figures that stepped into the courtyard side by side, Xiao Xiaojun, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest with an exuberant expression, could not help but let out a chuckle. The red-dressed woman beside him also smiled and sized up the approaching figures with great interest. At the same time, the gazes of Xiao Yuheng and the other 2 also landed on Xiao Yan, who was the leader of the group. So what if they're here? This old man will never allow anyone to taint the bloodline of my clan. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was walking through the crowd step by step, Xiao Dingtian gritted his teeth and muttered in a low voice, "Is Xiao Yan?" Beside Xiao Yuheng, the woman coldly stared at the black-robed man with her phoenix eyes as she spoke in an indifferent tone. That's right. Although he looks rather ordinary, there are very few people in the same generation who can compare to him. The former also stared at Xiao Yan, who was walking over. Her calm eyes surged with some light and her words were filled with praise. Hearing that, the woman could not help but raise her eyebrows and look at Xiao Yuheng. She then teased, "That's right, he is indeed ordinary. He only possesses a heavenly flame and defeated the crown prince." Xiao Yuheng was slightly taken aback and smiled awkwardly. The woman only curled her lips and continued, "You deliberately did not tell me this because you want me to have a good impression of the strength he displayed without knowing it, so that he can have a smoother time during the clan sacrifice?" Having his scheme exposed, Xiao Yuheng immediately laughed embarrassedly. The latter coldly retracted her gaze and looked at Xiao Yan and the others. She said with an expressionless face, "My duty is to maintain the normal conduct of the clan sacrifice and the evaluation of the bloodline rank. The rest will be based on the clan's rules. I will not interfere. If clan leader wishes for me to go easy on him, then please find someone else." Sixth Elder, why do you say that? In my opinion, although Xiao Yan has some talent, there is still a large gap between him and young master. That's why I said that. Xiao Yuheng laughed dryly, and the woman was too lazy to say anything after hearing it. Instead, it was Xiao Dingtian who was on the right who raised his eyebrows as if nothing had happened, but the corner of his mouth had an indistinct smile. At this moment, Xiao Yan was looking at quite a number of familiar figures in front of him. After nodding his head and greeting the few people in front of him, his gaze had just landed on Xiao Xiaojun, when he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar spiritual strength swiftly approaching. Immediately, he subconsciously knit his brows slightly. A thought passed through his mind and an invisible spiritual strength swept out from between his brows. It transformed into a large hand that was swung out and collided with the spiritual strength that was charging over. Buzz! A low and deep collision sound suddenly resounded in the courtyard that had a relaxed atmosphere. Without waiting for everyone to regain their senses, an invisible spiritual storm immediately swept out and spread in all directions. Many people present immediately felt dizzy. Even Xiao Yuheng and the other two frowned slightly at this moment. In the center of the courtyard, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at the graceful woman in front of him. The soul energy earlier came from this woman. It is indeed a rank 7 soul energy. The woman took a few steps forward and said, glancing at young Master Xiao, who was beside the woman, Xiao Yan looked at the latter and smiled. He then spoke to Xiao Siyu. Xiao Siyu, you aren't any worse than the rumors. Although it was only a short collision, Xiao Yan could clearly feel the strength of the other party's soul energy. She was indeed worthy of being the Xiao clan's genius and Xiao Mingyuan's disciple. Her precise control of soul energy was much more shocking than he had imagined. This girl's soul energy is the most outstanding I have seen in all these years. Although you aren't bad, I'm afraid you are inferior to the second girl. Xiao Mingyuan patted Xiao Yan's shoulder with a proud face. At the same time, Xiao Siyu bowed respectfully to the old man. Xiao Yan was curious. He had heard that the clan called Xiao Siyu Second Mississippi. Could it be that there was a big sister above her? If the second miss was already like this, then the big sister would be even more terrifying. Who allowed you to fight in the ancestral garden? But at this moment, a stern and cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of the crowd. Xiao Yan instantly returned to his senses. Everyone present immediately focused their gazes on a woman who walked out from the crowd. Beside her were Patriarch Xiao Yuheng and Xiao Dingtian. When they saw the woman, the originally relaxed atmosphere instantly tensed up. Everyone bowed towards the woman. Even the proud and arrogant Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Feng, who had a cold expression, bowed respectfully. At this moment, it was likely that only Xiao Mingyuan and the two others were not afraid of this woman. Xiao Yan's face was at a loss as he followed and bowed. At the same time, Xiao Xian's words quietly entered his ears. This is the 6th elder of the clan, Xiao Yuehua. She is a strict person. You have to pay attention to your attitude. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 6th elder? Is actually a woman? Chapter 1479. Junior Xiao Yan greets Patriarch and 6th elder. Although Xiao Yan was surprised in his heart when faced with the 6th elder who had suddenly appeared in front of him, he did not dare to slight him at this moment. However, his words had intentionally neglected Xiao Dingtian, causing the latter's old face to appear quite ugly. Xiao Yan, I just heard Patriarch praising you. Now that I've seen you, you're more like the rumored mischievous person. You're the first person who dares to make a move in the ancestral garden. Ignoring Xiao Yan's respectful etiquette, Xiao Yuehua spoke coldly with an expressionless face. The ancestral hall is where the dignity of the clan resides. If your actions aren't severely punished, I'm afraid it will spoil the atmosphere. Xiao Dingtian spoke with a righteous tone. The gazes of quite a number of people present landed on Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan the moment these words were uttered. Just a few short sentences had caused the atmosphere to become extremely tense. From the looks of it, Xiao Dingtian was determined to stop Xiao Yan from participating in the clan sacrifice today. Xiao Yuheng was expressionless, but a trace of displeasure flashed across the depths of his eyes. Patriarch, elders, I was just curious and took the initiative to probe. Xiao Yan was just defending himself. If there's any punishment, Siyu is willing to bear it. Just at this moment, Xiao Siyu suddenly stepped forward to explain. Everyone's gazes shifted, and Xiao Dingtian's brows, which had just relaxed, immediately furrowed. In this old man's opinion, Xiao Siyu was just unintentionally probing. But this kid didn't differentiate between friend and foe. It was obvious that he did it intentionally. If such a person, Xiao Dingtian, don't go overboard. Just as Xiao Dingtian's voice fell, a displeased low voice sounded in his ears. At the same time, his emotions came to a sudden stop, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were also forcefully stopped. After pausing for a few seconds and regaining his senses under the suspicious gazes of the surrounding clansmen, an ear-piercing buzzing sound suddenly came from the tightly shut ancestral hall in the courtyard behind everyone. When dozens of gazes gathered, they saw the door of the ancestral hall slowly opening. Everyone's emotions suddenly changed at this moment. The ancestral shrine is open. The sound of footsteps rang out one after another, and loud voices filled with passion soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan's group and Xiao Xiaojuan's group remained. At this moment, Xiao Yuehua also lazily withdrew her gaze and glanced at Xiao Dingtian. She then looked at Xiao Yuheng, who was at the side. Her eyes moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. She turned around and walked towards the ancestral shrine. "Haha, it's open, it's open. Let's go. The clan sacrifice is more important." Xiao Mingyuan laughed dryly and hurriedly urged Xiao Yan and the others. Although Xiao Yuheng's words just now sounded flat, the anger in them could not be disobeyed. Even with his temperament, he was still shocked. Normally, there was no lack of people in the clan who ridiculed the patriarch for not doing anything. He didn't have his own opinion on the clan's matters and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. There were even people who thought that the patriarch's position existed in name only. But from the brief words just now and the reaction of Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Yuehua, it was obviously very different from what everyone thought. Couldn't help but cause people to raise their eyebrows. The patriarch only has the intention to ignore the disputes within the clan. Don't think that he really doesn't care about anything. Once the patriarch becomes serious, I'm afraid that even the great elder will have to listen to his orders. Seeing Xiao Lei and the others whispering at the side, Xiao Mingyuan glanced at Xiao Yuheng from the corner of his eyes and joked. Since he is able to sit firmly in the patriarch's position, there is no need to doubt his ability. Don't underestimate him. As he spoke, the old man patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and turned his head to look forward. When the profound door was completely opened, the flow of people had just arrived at the door when a low and deafening roar like a lion's roar suddenly swept out from the ancestral shrine. In an instant, it shook the group of people and forced them to retreat. The sudden scene in front of him caused Xiao Yan's eyebrows to twitch slightly. There was actually someone else in the ancestral shrine. Looking at this roar, the strength of this person should also be terrifyingly strong. Everyone, retreat 10 feet away. Accompanied by a figure stepping out, a shout that was filled with coldness immediately sounded out. The moment the people present saw the figure, they also quickly retreated with fear. The crowd retreated, and a burly figure with gray skin was exposed in front of everyone. When Xiao Yan saw this person for the first time, his breathing couldn't help but stagnate for a moment. Even his body couldn't help but stiffen slightly. The moment he recovered, Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he panted violently for a while. When he looked up again, he found that the person was staring straight at him at this time. Don't look at his eyes. Xiao Mingyuan let out a low cry and pulled back Xiao Yan, whose eyes were about to lose focus. This is the fourth elder of the family, Xiao Ming. He has been pursuing the rock Dao all his life. Even his eyes are extremely strange. When you look at him, you must be careful not to be petrified by his strange ability. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Yan finally came to a sudden understanding. No wonder he had felt such a heavy pressure in that instant just now. The reason was actually here. However, thinking about it from another perspective, this fourth elder was indeed a heaven-shaking person. Just a glance was able to possess such a strange ability. One could imagine just how frightening his true strength was. One could see the whole picture with a single glance. Ever since I joined the family, I have always been curious and doubtful about the 10 great elders. However, after seeing these two today, I have truly seen the foundation of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan laughed self-deprecatingly. Judging from the 2 elders he had seen in this courtyard, their strength was definitely above the level of a source venerate. Now, it seemed that, except for the person beside him, The strength of the 10 great elders of the Shao clan was not inferior at all. What are you talking about? I am ranked third among the elders, but I didn't say that the 10 great elders were ranked according to their strength. If I hadn't focused on alchemy, my current cultivation would not be weaker than the first elders. Hearing the meaning in Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Mingyuan curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said with an arrogant face. Hearing this, Xiao Ming just smiled faintly, but Xiao Xiaojun leaned over and whispered in his ear, "You're right. The third elder's talent and bloodline are so strong that few people in the family can match him. It's just that he is lazy and likes to travel, so he can only achieve what he has today." Xiao Ming, who was standing in front of him, shouted coldly again. Everyone can enter the ancestral temple after being examined by the bloodstone. Violators will be beheaded. These words were concise and comprehensive, but they didn't sound like a joke. Xiao Yan even had no doubt that if someone really disobeyed, Xiao Ming would not hesitate at all. This guy is really ruthless. Xiao Yan smacked his lips and sighed softly. Xiao Mingyuan didn't find it strange and said, "It is said that there are two people in the Shao clan that you can't provoke. One is the heartless whip Xiao Yuehua, and the other is the grim Azura Xiao Ming. Not for anything else, but because these two people don't even show mercy to their own clansmen. The patriarch suffered a lot at their hands when he was young." At the end of his words, Xiao Mingyuan turned his gaze to Xiao Yuheng. This also made Xiao Yan and the others, who didn't know what was going on, show a curious look one after another. Even Xiao Xiaojun came over with a little interest. However, before Xiao Mingyuan could say anything, Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Yuehua stood on the high platform. Everyone's attention followed the blood-red crystal that appeared in Xiao Dingtian's hand. Chapter 1480. That's the bloodstone? Xiao Yan asked curiously as he looked at the red crystal hovering above Xiao Dingtian's palm. Don't underestimate this thing. It is rumored that this bloodstone is produced in the land of massacre and is formed by absorbing the bloodline of countless living beings. Therefore, it has an extremely strong ability to sense the bloodline power. It is also because of this that the clan uses it to test the bloodline quality of the clansmen. Xiao Lei nodded and explained with a smile. Xiao Yan turned his gaze over with interest when he heard the explanation. At the same time, Xiao Dingtian, who was holding the bloodstone, gave out an order. There are a total of 50 people participating in the clan sacrifice this time. Excluding the elders and deacons from the various departments, there are 40 people left. Each of you will come forward to apply for a bloodstone. After passing the bloodstone test, you will be qualified to enter the ancestral hall. Xiao Dingtian stood majestically on the high platform as his dignified voice immediately spread out. The crowd also moved accordingly as they split into two groups and waited quietly. With Xiao Ming and Xiao Yuehua intimidating them in front, these people were extremely quiet at this moment. Below the stage, Xiao Yan looked at the crowd that quickly separated and couldn't help but feel surprised. He had seen many outstanding talents among the younger generation of the Shao clan when he participated in the clan gathering. He originally thought that they were all of them. However, it seemed like he had underestimated the Shao clan's foundation. Now, it seemed like what Xiao Dingtian said might not be all of the top experts among the younger generation of the Shao clan. To be able to stand among the top forces of the continent, the strength of the Shao clan was probably far beyond his imagination. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Thinking about it carefully, the Shao clan that he had seen so far was still just the tip of the iceberg. As far as Xiao Mingyuan was concerned, he had only met half of the 10 great elders. It was even harder to judge the strength of the remaining elders. In such a huge Shao clan, there were definitely terrifying existences that ordinary people did not know about. Those people were the true core of the Shao clan. At this moment, the people standing in front of him were merely the leaders of the Shao clan. First, young Master Xiao. Just as Xiao Yan was in a daze, Xiao Dingtian's sharp and hoarse voice suddenly resounded. At this moment, in this quiet courtyard, it was like a ripple of a bell. As the young patriarch, young Master Xiao was naturally at the front. Under everyone's gazes, young Master Xiao slowly walked forward and took the bloodstone from Xiao Dingtian. However, he wasn't in a hurry to test it. Instead, he stood to the side. Second, me. Xiao Jun retreated to the side. Just as Xiao Dingtian was about to open his mouth, a sharp and mischievous shout suddenly sounded. This voice instantly broke the quiet atmosphere in the arena. Even Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Looking over, he really saw a familiar figure shooting out from the crowd and swiftly arriving in front of Xiao Dingtian. Xiao Yuehua. Xiao Ming. Xiao Yuehua's and Xiao Yuehua's knitted brows eased up as they looked at the mischievous girl with a smile on her face. This girl relies on the Grand Elder's favor to run amok in the clan, but she just happens to be favored by these two. Even her brother doesn't have this honor. Xiao Lei teased as he shot an envious gaze at the girl. Xiao Yan chuckled in response. He'd witnessed Xiao Linger's strength. Although she wasn't formidable, her foundation wasn't bad. Most importantly, she was young and tender, yet she had such achievements. Coupled with the good guidance of her ancestors, her future achievements were really limitless. While the two of them were talking, they saw Xiao Siyu, who'd made a move earlier, step forward to take the bloodstone. She took a step back, and the crystal in her hand suddenly emitted a red light. After that, it constantly changed into a purple light. When it flickered with a white light, a wave of gasps instantly resounded in the surroundings. In the end, the constantly changing light stopped at white. However, compared to before, it appeared even denser. Xiao Siyu frowned with dissatisfaction as she stared at the bloodstone in her hand that was only one step away from leveling up. She threw away the crystal and looked at the bloodstain on her palm. She coldly shook her hand and retreated to the side. Xiao Jun quickly stepped forward and comforted her. This indicates her bloodline grade? Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw the scene in front of him. A denser white grade bloodline. It's only one step away from pure gold. It can be considered extremely outstanding. Xiao Lei clicked his tongue and said with a surprised face. In the Xiao clan, the bloodline grade determined by the bloodstone is divided into red, purple, white, pure gold, and brilliant gold. As long as a drop of one's essence blood is integrated into the bloodstone, it will emit a light. The darker the color, the stronger the bloodline strength. This is extremely beneficial to one's cultivation and future development and status in the clan. Xiao Zhuobin didn't think much of it. He only calmly told Xiao Lei what he knew. This also means that the descendants of those who possess a high-grade bloodline in the clan are destined to become the clan's rulers. This is the clan's only and biggest drawback. Suddenly, Xiao Feng had unknowingly appeared beside Xiao Yan. If one were to look at him now, his usually calm face actually revealed a disgusted expression at this moment. Xiao Yan was silent for a moment when he heard this. He couldn't help but recall the past. Back then, wasn't he also rudely criticized by other clans because of his bloodline strength? The Doqi continent was like this and the Yuanwu continent was also like this. Xiao Yan immediately raised his gaze and looked around. Sure enough, he didn't see Xiao Yang's figure. He had heard quite a lot about the blood fury. However, he never imagined that Xiao Yang would lose the qualification to participate in the clan sacrifice because of it. Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh in his heart. He didn't hate the bloodline for not fighting. He only hated the unfairness of this world. I don't hate the bloodline for not fighting. I only hate the unfairness of this world. Suddenly, Xiao Feng spat out the same sentence as the former. Xiao Yan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Xiao Lei and Xiao Yan were silent. Soon after, Xiao Dingtian's sharp and harsh voice came from the front. Next, Xiao Yan. When these words sounded, everyone's gazes immediately fell and landed on Xiao Yan. Their expressions were all different. Just what kind of exciting show would this pair of enemies in front of them put on today? Phew! Letting out a breath, Xiao Yan slowly raised his gaze and looked at Xiao Dingtian. When he saw the faint sneer on Xiao Dingtian's old face, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a fierce expression. At this moment, Xiao Lei patted his shoulder and said with a wide smile, "Don't worry. Although my family's old man is harsh, we are the ones in charge of today's clan sacrifice. He won't make things difficult for you." Hearing this, The latter smiled in relief and looked at Xiao Xian. Seeing the latter smile and nod, he stepped forward without hesitation and walked towards Xiao Dingtian. At this moment, the four people on the stairs had gathered their gazes on Xiao Yan after Xiao Yan approached. Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Ming narrowed their eyes. Their sharp eyes seemed to be about to see through the person in front of them. Their hearts were quite curious about this outsider, who had stirred up quite a lot of trouble in the clan during the past half a year. Humph, Xiao Yan, if you don't want to lose face in today's clan sacrifice ceremony, it's not too late to leave now. As he stepped forward, Xiao Dingtian's words were quietly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. This caused the latter to frown slightly. His face was filled with doubt as he looked at the other party. After which, he curled his mouth and laughed coldly. Sorry, compared to giving up, I prefer a challenge. Chapter 1481. After taking the bloodstone from Xiao Yan's tightly clenched hand, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled. Then, he turned around and returned to the crowd, leaving behind the former's slightly hazy old face. Then, he bitterly called out the next name. What did that crazy old man say to you just now? Just as Xiao Yan stood still, an exquisite head immediately poked out from beside him. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was Xiao Linger. Hearing the latter's strange address, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh. In the entire Xiao clan, only this girl could say such words in public. Even he had to take Xiao Dingtian's identity into consideration. Nothing. We just haven't seen each other for some time and wanted to ask about each other. With a chuckle, Xiao Yan said indifferently. The little girl curled her mouth when she heard this, after which she continued to turn her eyes to the front. Her pretty eyes immediately revealed a disgusted expression when she saw Xiao Chuhang. At the same time, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the blood-colored crystal in his hand. Ever since this bloodstone entered his hand, he could clearly sense a strange energy flowing within it. It appeared as though it could burst out at any moment. The thing that caught Xiao Yan's attention the most was that this energy was so rich and powerful that it was not the least bit inferior to a high-grade spirit stone. In fact, Xiao Yan's perception might even surpass it. If he could use this energy for his own use, the benefits he could obtain would multiply. Don't look at it. Even some powerful elders in the clan don't dare to have any ideas about this bloodstone. Although you have a mysterious flame, if you want to try it, you have to wait until you are strong enough in the future. Otherwise, be careful of harming yourself. Just as Xiao Yan was in a daze, Xiao Xiaojuan's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Only then did Xiao Yan regain his senses and looked at the latter in astonishment. Xiao Xiaojun obviously understood what Xiao Yan was thinking and immediately said, "The bloodstone in the bloodstone contains terrifying energy. The bloodstone does contain a terrifying amount of energy that far exceeds the scope of ordinary spirit stones. It is even rumored that the blood crystal in the bloodstone is a top-grade blood crystal that can create a powerhouse at the peak of the Source Saint level." Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's body instantly trembled, and the shock in his heart was unparalleled like a mountain torrent. Young Master Zhao's words at this moment were truly something he'd never heard in his entire life. What kind of enormous power was this, to actually be able to create a pinnacle powerhouse in the entire continent? Although the rumors cannot be completely believed, it is sufficient to show that the energy contained within the bloodstone is enormous. It is a pity that this powerful energy has become extremely violent after absorbing the blood of countless living beings. Ordinary methods are unable to completely remove the impurities within it. If one tries to forcefully control this energy, the final outcome will be that one's mind will be affected and one will go crazy. This kind of thing is rarely seen among the various large factions in the Middle Region. Even the ancestors of my Xiao clan. Xiao Xiaojun shook his head in silence at the end of his words. Xiao Yan had finally sensed the frightening aspect of this bloodstone. Immediately, the curiosity that had just risen in his heart was swiftly suppressed. Although he possessed a heavenly flame, it was just as Xiao Xiaojun had said earlier. Before he possessed sufficient strength, it was best not to act rashly. Almost at the same time, Xiao Xian, who was also holding a bloodstone, felt the warm current flowing from his palm. The vigorous power seemed to be alive, pouring into his body through his palm and rapidly surging along his meridians. The Genesis chi in his vortex also began to swell slightly. Soon, the distribution of the bloodstones was completed. Everyone, except Xiao Siyu, lined up in front under the clan leader's command. They each offered a drop of essence blood and then attached it to the bloodstone in their palm. The test officially began. Buzz! The instant the essence blood touched the bloodstone, a bright red light burst forth from the bloodstone before everyone's eyes. The light was dazzling and quickly covered the entire courtyard. Looking from afar, it was as if a blood fog had enveloped the courtyard. At this moment, Xiao Yuheng and the others' expectant gazes landed on Xiao Xiaojun and the others. Only Xiao Dingtian proudly raised his eyebrows when he swept a glance at Xiao Yan. His eyes were full of expectation as though he was waiting for something. As the red light flashed, the faces of the several clan higher-ups gradually turned solemn. The bloodline test was not only related to the future of the younger generation present, but also the fate of the entire Xiao clan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a few breaths, the lights on the field finally began to change. Among the large expanse of red light, wisps of purple light shone out. Among these rays of light, the most eye-catching one was a milky white starlight. With a flash, it turned into a dazzling scarlet golden light. Scarlet gold bloodline. Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Ming exclaimed at the same time. As the clan leader, Xiao Yuheng's expression was especially pleasantly surprised. It's Ling Er. Ever since this girl was born, the first elder had placed great importance on her. The power of this girl's bloodline did not disappoint him. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuheng couldn't help but rub his hands. The fervent expression on his face became even more intense as he stared at the bloodstone in front of Xiao Ling Er. If the scarlet gold bloodline could advance, it would become the most noble brilliant gold bloodline in the Xiao clan. With the addition of the clan sacrifice, the Xiao clan's rise and glory would be just around the corner. The brilliant gold bloodline was known as the stepping stone to the origin saint realm in the Xiao clan. At the same time, it was the bloodline closest to the legendary origin emperor. If Xiao Ling Er could inherit this bloodline and awaken it during the clan sacrifice, her future achievements would be limitless. However, after a few moments of waiting, the scarlet gold light ultimately stopped at that moment. The clan sacrifice could increase the strength of the awakened bloodline to a certain extent. However, the higher the grade of the bloodline, the harder it was to increase the strength of the bloodline. Since Xiao Ling Er's bloodline was ultimately unable to break through that level, the result wasn't hard to imagine. Bang! Just as Xiao Yuheng's heart was in a dilemma, a muffled thunder-like sound suddenly came from somewhere in the crowd. It was accompanied by a scarlet energy that swept out. The astonished gazes of everyone present were all focused on the rising fog. At this moment, Xiao Dingtian raised his brows and smiled with a face full of ridicule. Such an abrupt scene caused the originally solemn atmosphere to be filled with a sense of ridicule. Under everyone's gazes, the dense fog dispersed and revealed a rather miserable figure. It was Xiao Yan. The bloodstone in his hand was only left with a few fragments. The blood-colored energy had scattered in all directions. His black robe was in tatters, and his entire body was in a mess. It was as though he had just experienced a bloody battle. Exploded? Exploded? At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly froze and became awkward. Chapter 1482. The bloodstone has shattered. Xiao Yan has lost the qualification for the clan sacrifice. Just as the atmosphere froze, Xiao Dingtian's resounding voice suddenly rang out, causing the absent-minded crowd to quickly react. Immediately after, gazes of pity landed on Xiao Yan. The bloodstone shattering had indeed happened during the bloodstone test. According to past experience, this type of person was usually someone with a thin bloodline power in their body. This was because the bloodline power that was too ordinary would be rejected by the bloodstone during the process of fusing with it. This would cause the violent energy within the bloodstone to be unable to calm down, causing the bloodstone to shatter. However, for the bloodstone to shatter into countless pieces like today was indeed a strange matter. In other words, what kind of inferior bloodline could cause the bloodstone to shatter? Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, Xiao Yuheng and the others' gazes landed on Xiao Dingtian, and their eyes were filled with disdain. Perhaps a portion of the people here would believe the scene before them, but as the upper echelons of the clan who had presided over the clan sacrifice many times, they were naturally able to tell the truth with a single glance. In the end, this was just a trick by Xiao Dingtian. It was definitely Xiao Dingtian who secretly tampered with the bloodstone, causing Xiao Yan to fail the test in front of everyone. Xiao Dingtian was able to use this opportunity to openly erase Xiao Yan's qualification for the clan sacrifice. As for Xiao Yuheng and the others, they didn't have any evidence and naturally couldn't overturn the result before them. If they were to forcefully argue for it, with the presence of the two people beside them and the crowd, they were afraid that they would be given the right to talk. This move was truly a killing move. Even if you are blessed by the heavens, you still can't overcome the prejudice the clan has against you. Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed as he lamented with a sigh. At this moment, even Xiao Chuhang, who had always had a hostile attitude towards Xiao Yan, actually frowned. He didn't believe that this fellow, who even his own brother had lost to, would actually be stopped here. However, the momentum was irreversible, and Xiao Yan had lost this round. Humph, since you have already lost the qualification, then leave on your own. If you affect the others, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Xiao Dingtian had a complacent expression as he smiled indulgently. He opened his mouth to drive Xiao Yan out of the ancestral shrine. Hearing this, Xiao Yan merely remained in the same spot in a daze. His eyes repeatedly rotated. He did not expect that this fellow would actually have such a move. Even if he were to rack his brains, he still felt somewhat helpless. All right. How hateful. You shameless old thing. You're already so old, yet you're making life difficult for a junior. If I were a little younger, I'd definitely teach you a lesson. Outside the crowd, Xiao Mingyuan, whose old face was gloomy, finally couldn't bear it any longer. Due to Xiao Yuheng's presence, he had been enduring and didn't say anything. However, when he saw Xiao Dingtian's smug look, the anger in his heart finally exploded. He took a few steps forward and was about to vent his anger on the latter. However, he was immediately stopped by Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Mingyuan, who rushed over. Third brother, rules are rules. No matter what, Xiao Yan has already lost the qualification to continue staying here. If you make a move in the ancestral shrine, you have to be careful of the clan's punishment. Xiao Yuehua raised her eyebrows as she shouted, "Don't give me that. If I was afraid, I wouldn't be here. Go away." Xiao Mingyuan frowned coldly as he waved his sleeves, wanting to repel Xiao Yuehua. Third elder. At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly shouted, causing the former's hand movements to stagnate. When he turned around, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. "No need, I'll just leave." After he finished speaking, he ignored Xiao Mingyuan's abrupt change in expression and turned to Xiao Dingtian, shouting with disdain, "If you win, I will leave." Even with Xiao Dingtian's temperament, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of loss rose in his heart. The wild kid in front of him, who came from nowhere, still lost to him in the end. But at this moment, Xiao Dingtian didn't have any joy of victory. The resentment he had for a long time inexplicably dissipated at this moment. The moment Xiao Yan turned around, Xiao Feng, who was in the crowd, casually threw away the bloodstone in his hand and turned to look at the former. Subsequently, Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhuobin released the bloodstone in their hands, allowing it to flicker on its own. Most of the people present who were related to Xiao Yan all looked at the latter. Xiao Yuehua and Xiao Ming scanned the entire place. When they looked at the current Xiao Dingtian, he seemed more like a loner. Buzz. However, right at this moment, just as everyone's gazes shifted, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from somewhere in the crowd. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a golden pillar of light that actually shot straight to the 9 heavens, instantly covering the entire place. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of everyone present to abruptly change. The gazes of Xiao Yuheng and the rest almost instantly turned towards the place where the light was shining. The fists under their sleeves involuntarily clenched tightly as their eyes stared fixedly at the dazzling light. In the depths of their hearts, there was a burst of excitement and excitement. The golden light was shining without any impurities. Such a phenomenon, such a scene, was what the entire Shao clan was looking forward to. This is the brilliant gold bloodline. Everyone present looked at the dazzling light in front of them in a daze. Even though their eyes were sore, they still couldn't suppress the fanaticism and excitement in their hearts. At this moment, almost everyone present took a deep breath of cold air. Even Xiao Ming, who had a solemn expression, looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. The brilliant gold bloodline. This indicated that there was an outstanding person in the Shao clan who was qualified to challenge for the legendary emperor's throne. There is hope for the rise. There is hope for the rise of our Shao clan. Xiao Yuheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even though it was only a first-tier qualification, just this point alone was the hope of the clan for many years. It was the wish of many experts who couldn't get it. Now the light shone on the Shao clan. As long as they could nurture this person with the strength of the entire clan, the day when the Shao clan stood at the peak of the continent was just around the corner. Quick, take a good look at who that is. From today onwards, he will be personally taught by the 10 great elders. No one is allowed to. Before Xiao Yuheng's voice faded, the golden light gradually withdrew. However, the face that was exposed in front of everyone caused the expression on everyone's faces to freeze. The words that were about to come out of their mouths were forcefully cut off at this moment. Xiao Xian. Xiao Dingtian's heart suddenly stagnated. Then, disbelief surged in his heart. His old face alternated between green and white. As his throat rolled, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body involuntarily twitched a few times before he fell to the ground. In the field, Xiao Xian held the bloodstone in his hand and withdrew the last wisp of golden light. His gaze swept across everyone calmly. Finally, he looked at Xiao Yan and smiled. Chapter 1483. In the courtyard, everyone present had dull gazes as they stared at the figure standing quietly in the crowd. He was quiet, thin, and ordinary. If it wasn't for the golden light shining in his hand, he would have been treated as an ordinary person. Xiao Xian, it's actually him. This guy is terrifying to such an extent. He has the brilliant golden bloodline. Xiao Feng held his breath and focused his mind. His heart was also extremely shocked by this shocking scene in front of him. Even Xiao Jun and the others had faces of disbelief at this moment. He had once guessed Ling Er and Xiao Yan, but the only one he had never thought of was Xiao Xian. Until now, the Xiao Xian that Xiao Jun had seen had only changed after Xiao Yan appeared. According to common sense, Xiao Xian's increase in cultivation was mostly due to Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist. But it was only now that he truly understood that he had almost overlooked a person that he shouldn't have overlooked. PFFF. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Xian, Xiao Dingtian, who had a gloomy expression, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His old face instantly turned deathly pale, and his body went limp as he fell to the ground. Xiao Lei's expression quickly changed as he hurried forward, but was pushed away by Xiao Dingtian instead. His old eyes stared at Xiao Xian as he allowed the blood in his body to surge. How is this possible? At this moment, no matter how much doubt Xiao Dingtian had, they were all drowned out by the gradually fading golden light. Xiao Xian had achieved his goal today. From now on, his identity as the head of the inner pavilion would no longer have any deterrence. Thinking of this, Xiao Dingtian's old face couldn't help but reveal a trace of gray. He looked at Xiao Yan helplessly. The latter had a smile on his lips, but his eyes were abnormally calm. This caused him to be slightly startled. On the other side, Xiao Yuheng couldn't conceal the excitement in his heart. The brilliant gold bloodline was the top-notch bloodline that the entire Shao clan had yearned for many years. Now that it had reappeared, it could be said to indicate the rise of the Shao clan. Moreover, Xiao Xian currently possessed the brilliant golden bloodline. Regardless of whether the crime that Xiao Yan had shouldered earlier was true or false, it was no longer important. Everything that Xiao Dingtian had done was self-destructed, saving him a lot of trouble. However, just as this thought arose, Xiao Yan, who was standing outside of everyone's line of sight, turned and left without hesitation after making eye contact with Xiao Xian. Ever since he stepped into the Xiao clan, he had endured for Xiao Xian. Today it was all over. He didn't care about the so-called kin. Some ripples surfaced in Xiao Xian's calm eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan's back. He was well aware of Xiao Yan's character. During this half a year, Xiao Yan had endured so that he could obtain a spot in the Xiao clan. He did not have the slightest blood relationship with this rotten and hedonistic clan. Today, Xiao Yan was finally able to toss aside this burden and leave in a disappointed manner. Xiao Yan was finally able to abandon this burden and leave in a disappointed manner. Xiao Yan, why do you have to do this? Perhaps there is a problem with the bloodstone just now. At the very most, we can just test it again. Why do you have to be angry over some random words from Xiao Dingtian? Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to step out of the courtyard and that Xiao Xian didn't have any intention to stop him, Xiao Yuheng hurriedly spoke to stop him. However, his words were even more disdainful. He didn't say these words when Xiao Dingtian was making things difficult for him. Now that he saw Xiao Xian revealing his shocking bloodline, he suddenly changed the topic. It was truly laughable. Even the young people present looked at each other and smiled non-committally. Their eyes were more or less mixed with disappointment and mockery. Helpless, Xiao Yuheng could only look at Xiao Xian. The latter looked at Xiao Yan's faintly discernible back and said slowly, "Let him go." Compared to the chaos of the family, the outside world was much more straightforward and decisive. Xiao Yuheng was speechless while Xiao Ming and Xiao Xiao who stood by his side were still silent. However, their flickering gazes were able to discern the surging emotions in their hearts at this moment. It was originally a test, yet no one had expected that it would actually develop into such an outcome. At this moment, Xiao Mingyuan was probably the only one who was still concerned about Xiao Yan. Just as the mechanism behind Xiao Ming turned, everyone's attention was instantly attracted. The bloodstone test was over, and the ancestral temple was opened. Next was the real highlight: clan sacrifice, bloodline inheritance. Xiao Mingyuan looked at the stone door that was slowly opening, but he didn't have the slightest bit of interest in his heart. He glared angrily at Xiao Yan, and then he disappeared and chased after Xiao Yan. Being able to persuade Xiao Yan to stay was more important to him than anything else. In the quiet courtyard, Xiao Yan gently stroked Lian Er's little head. He looked at the little girl's slightly red eyes and chuckled. "Little girl, what are you worried about? I just want you to stay here. It's not like I don't want you. Moreover, Ancestor Xiao Xian is here. He will take good care of you." Lian Er didn't give up. Her jade-like hands hugged Xiao Yan's arm tightly, but she didn't want him to leave no matter what. After all, they had seen too many life and death crises along the way. The little girl also knew how dangerous the outside world was to Xiao Yan. Without mentioning anything else, the group of people from the Ghost Slaughter sect wanted to capture Xiao Yan and bring him back at all times. Xiao Yan was also helpless in the face of Lian Er's feelings. Fortunately, the weak-looking Bai Hua by the side forcefully pulled the girl over. She sighed softly with some difficulty as she looked at Xiao Yan. Her brows faintly revealed a depressed mood, causing the latter's heart to tighten slightly. After experiencing a few unforeseen events, the current Bai Hua was weaker than ever. After leaving the Xiao clan today, he had to deal with the trouble in Bai Hua's body in the shortest time possible. "I understand your thoughts. I understand what you are thinking. Don't worry and just go. After all, this is the Xiao clan. Compared to the twists and turns in the outside world, this place is much more stable. Rather than worrying about me, it's better for you to raise your own strength first. After all, it's time for the Xiao clan to wake up. They are the ones begging you to join their clan, not the ones who rejected you." Towards the end, Bai Hua's eyes glanced outside the courtyard door. Xiao Yan only smiled. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. His hands quickly formed a seal, and flames immediately surged in front of him, after which they gradually gathered into a fire ring. He grabbed it in his hand and imprinted it on Bai Hua's wrist, leaving behind a unique ring. If one carefully sensed it, one could even feel the faint temperature it emitted. Transforming Pill Ring Ha. With Bai Hua's status, She naturally recognized the fire ring at a glance. Xiao Yan gently exhaled and said, "After thinking about it, the only thing that can temporarily suppress the two forces in your body is the transforming pill ring. After I leave, if you act up again, the transforming pill ring should be able to suppress you 3 times. I will also do my best to find the heavens questioning pill before that happens and help you get out of this predicament." Hearing this, Bai Hua's black and white eyes stared at the fire ring on her wrist. A warm current surged in her heart. Soon after, she grinned and said in a heroic manner, "Don't worry, don't underestimate me. By the time you return, I might have already completely controlled this force. At that time, I will accompany you to explore the middle region. I also want to see who exactly is that group of fellows who are lingering around." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. That group of fellows. Sooner or later, I will settle things with them. Yes. Bai Hua nodded heavily. After which, she looked at Xiao Yan and said, "When you leave this time, do you have a place to go?" Xiao Yan did not comment. His fingers under his sleeve gently rubbed and a wooden token appeared in his hand. Bai Hua looked pensive and said again, "When do we leave?" "Now." Chapter 1484. Outside the ancient city hall. Xiao Yan faced the tightly shut large hall, bowed and saluted. Xiao Yan greets elderly. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him slowly distorted, and an old man in a purple robe appeared. This old man was the manager of the ancient city hall. Xiao Yan had met him when he first entered the Xiao clan. Although this old man had a strange temperament, according to Xiao Xian, he was one of the few people in the Xiao clan who didn't judge people based on their status. The old man's deep eyes sized up Xiao Yan in front of him, and his expression was slightly surprised. "Strange, the ancestral temple is opening today, and it should be the time to participate in the clan sacrifice. Why are you here?" Seeing that Xiao Yan didn't answer, Xiao Li's gaze turned and looked at the sky above the ancient city hall. He said in a low voice, "Since you followed me, you probably know what's going on." Xiao Yan looked over, and sure enough, it was Xiao Mingyuan who had followed him all the way. The latter landed beside the two of them in a flash. He faced Xiao Yan, and the words that he wanted to persuade Xiao Yan from the bottom of his heart were stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth and cursed at Xiao Li in a bad mood. "You old bastard, when is it your turn to talk about how I do things? If you don't control your damn temper, be careful that I don't let you die of old age in the ancient city hall." "Same here, aren't you the same?" Xiao Li wasn't afraid of the latter. After a round of scolding, Xiao Mingyuan also told him everything that happened in the ancestral temple. Xiao Dingtian was arrogant for half of his life. After this incident, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to stand out. As for Xiao Xian, I always felt that his cultivation was strange. I didn't expect him to possess the brilliant gold bloodline. It's really extraordinary. After a series of words, Xiao Li couldn't help but mock and ridicule Xiao Dingtian's actions today. When he mentioned Xiao Xian, his deep old eyes couldn't hide the surprise and gratification. Obviously, he also had doubts about what happened back then. Now that he knew that Xiao Xian actually possessed the power of the brilliant gold bloodline, the surprise in his heart became even stronger. Turning around, Xiao Li once again cast his gaze on Xiao Yan before him and nodded. "Kid, I can roughly understand your actions today. A man standing in the world, looking down on the world, standing proudly among heroes. How unrestrained is that? That Xiao Dingtian is just an ordinary man. There's no need to bother about him. Just go ahead. As for the clan sacrifice, it won't be too late to enter the ancestral hall when you return." Upon hearing that, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He had never considered that. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the old man, he left the Xiao clan with Xiao Mingyuan. A moment later outside Xiao City, Xiao Yan gazed into the distance and gazed at the mountain range in the distance. A familiar feeling of loneliness couldn't help but arise in his heart, causing him to feel slightly sad. Xiao Mingyuan, who was beside him, didn't know what to say. "Have you really decided to leave just like that?" "Yes." Xiao Yan nodded slowly. Ever since he had come to the central region, he had come all the way for Xiao Xian. Today, he finally had to make a trip for himself. Kid, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyuan bowed and apologized to Xiao Yan with a solemn expression. The suppressed emotions in his heart also condensed on the surface for a moment, and his old eyes were filled with guilt. Third Elder, why are you doing this? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and hurriedly bowed to support him. I know that everything that happened today was ultimately caused by me. If I hadn't failed to take care of Xiao Xian for the past few years, and if I hadn't been firm in my stance for the clan, there wouldn't have been so many mistakes. These are all my fault, but I still want to ask you to believe that the Xiao clan really needs you. You must come back. Tears streamed down Xiao Mingyuan's face. He was terrified from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that Xiao Yan would never return. He was afraid that Xiao Yan would sever all ties with the Xiao clan. Even though he knew that Xiao Yan and the others were still in the clan, he still couldn't help but feel afraid when he saw that Xiao Yan was about to leave. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled as he looked at the old man, whose emotions had suddenly become this agitated. He immediately smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Regardless of whether it was because of Xiao Xian or because of the bloodline in his bones, this Xiao clan was already related to him. It was impossible for him to cut it off with a swing of his blade. My surname has been Xiao since I was born, and it will never change in my life. Third Elder, you can rest assured. Hearing this, a fog rolled within Xiao Mingyuan's turbid eyes. It was a long while later before his breathing trembled as he extended his hand and took out a couple of jade bottles that emitted a pill fragrance. He stuffed them into Xiao Yan's hand. Child, it will be inconvenient for you to travel alone. I don't have anything else to help you with. These pills are the ones I refined in the past. They are all rank 7. Keep them as backup. Junior appreciates your kindness. After a respectful reply, Xiao Yan kept them into his storage ring without much hesitation. Although the current him had already stepped into rank 7 alchemist, he did not have any rank 7 medicinal pills that he had personally refined before. At that time, if he were to really encounter any danger, these medicinal pills could at least be used to save his life. After another exchange of words, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated and flew towards the end of the sky. Xiao Mingyuan watched him for a long time until his aura completely disappeared from this world. Ugh, I don't know how many years it will be. Xiao Mingyuan muttered to himself with a heavy heart. On the other side, Xiao Yan was flying in the air like lightning. The ground under his feet was moving backward at an extremely fast speed. Occasionally, he would pass by some towns below. When the people looked at him, it was like seeing a meteor in the daytime. The Fire Banyan tribe was once prosperous. They could also squeeze into the top forces in the central region. They lived in the Liuhua Plains in the southeast for a long time. Although there is only an empty shell left now, it is not a place where ordinary people can easily set foot in. Looking at the fiery red special area in the corner of the map, Xiao Yan muttered to himself. He put away the map and took out the Fire Banyan token again. The heat emitted from it seemed to echo Xiao Yan's mood at this moment. He smiled slightly. The former Fire Banyan tribe, I'm coming. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when his body, which was about to increase its speed, suddenly became sluggish. His body, which was charging forward, instantly tensed up. He violently pressed his palms against the empty air as a conditioned reflex. The empty space under his palms shattered as his feet violently stepped on the empty air. Soon after, he withdrew. Who is it? Xiao Yan raised his head and roared. In an instant, the surrounding area was shrouded by a torrential tide of spirit power. Xiao Yan's body came to a stop, and the Genesis Qi in his body gushed out without stopping. The heavy ruler in his hand ignited with raging flames the moment it touched the ground. His expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. The strength of the newcomer had already surpassed Xiao Yan's understanding of all the experts he had seen so far. Withdraw. However, at this moment, a voice was suddenly emitted from the trembling world. Soon after, Xiao Yan was incomparably shocked to discover that the strength that had surged out of his body was suppressed back into his body without his control. The fierce, heavenly flame that was burning on the ruler also dimmed after struggling for a while. Buzz! In an instant, Xiao Yan felt extremely shocked in his heart. Soon after, however, a golden light shot out in all directions from the empty space in front of him. Numerous rays of light intertwined with each other. Within a couple of breaths, they agglomerated into a palm-sized golden circular plate. When Xiao Yan looked over helplessly, the thing that entered his eyes was a formation plate that was covered with mysterious symbols. "Little one, take this with you. If necessary, it can save your life." The trembling old voice suddenly resounded within Xiao Yan's mind. The instant he recovered, everything in the world returned to normal. All that was left in front of him was a formation plate that was emitting a gentle golden light and an enormous ruler that was burning with an intense flame in his hand. All the fear from a moment ago appeared to have never existed. Xiao Yan's face was lifeless. He was silent for a long time, and the waves churning in his heart were unable to calm down for a long time. It was a long time before he asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask who Elder is?" "Someone with the surname Xiao." At the same time these words were spoken, an old man sitting on a stone platform in a city in the distance slowly opened his eyes at this moment. In the depths of his pupils, there was an extremely bright golden light that was like a vast ocean. Chapter 1485. In the peaceful forest, gurgling water flowed down from the cracks between the rocks, forming a shallow stream on the lush green grass. Light refracted from the water, making it look like a small galaxy that adorned the lush mountain range. The sound of flowing water was like a silver bell in the peaceful atmosphere, melodious and melodious. Boom! However, the peaceful atmosphere did not last for long. A low and deep collision sound suddenly erupted from the dense thicket, causing an enormous black shadow to break through the thicket. It was like a cannonball as it heavily smashed onto the mountain rocks. The terrifying force actually caused the mountain to crack apart with a loud bang. The mountain crumbled as boulders tumbled down, falling into a deep abyss on one side of the mountain. If one looked from above, one would see boiling lava bubbling at the bottom of the cliff. Roar! A furious roar rang out as a sinister magical beast emitting a fiendish aura pounced out from under the rubble. Its enormous tail swept out, flattening the mountain rocks in front of it as a pair of large scarlet eyes stared intently at the dust billowing in front of it. As the sound of footsteps gradually grew clearer, a figure was slowly exposed under the clear sunlight. He was dressed in black robes, and a faint smile hung from the corners of his lips. His face was completely harmless. Xiao Yan raised his right hand and clenched it slightly. The abundant strength in his palm caused him to involuntarily sigh. After nearly 2 months of hurrying and training, he had relied solely on his physical body to charge all the way here without using any Genesis Chi. However, the strength that erupted from his palm did not seem to have achieved the effect he had expected. "This is the final battle of the journey. I'll do my best." Xiao Yan glanced at the cliff a short distance behind him. He gently exhaled a breath of air. His eyes turned around and once again landed on the magical beast in front of him. He waved his hand and laughed. This fellow was the strongest person in this area. In terms of strength, it was already close to Yuanzong. However, there was still a gap between it and Xiao Yan's current body. "Roar! Bastard human! I'm going to tear you apart." These provocative words enraged the magical beast even more. Its scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as its enormous feet stomped on the ground. As a giant crack spread, its figure instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Its 2 giant claws slashed out, its sharp fingertips easily tearing through space as it slashed towards Xiao Yan's body like a sickle. Xiao Yan merely chuckled when he saw this. His seemingly skinny body leaned back slightly as his fists violently shot out. Terrifying power smashed into the beast's claws, shattering the surrounding space. Both man and beast were forced to step back. The magical beast turned its body as it swept its tail forward like lightning, while Xiao Yan did not show any weakness in his kick. Xiao Yan's face was filled with fanaticism, but the magical beast in front of him was in an unusually tight spot. It was clearly a human's body, but the power that erupted from it was not inferior to some of the strange creatures in the magical beast world. In the blink of an eye, both parties had already exchanged over 100 blows. This continued until a thin layer of golden light appeared on both of Xiao Yan's fists. Each time his fist smashed down, it would leave behind a hole on the body of this enormous beast. When the latter's counterattack gradually came to a stop, the enormous mountain-like body powerlessly struggled a couple of times before it fell to the ground with a bang and completely lost its life force. Huff! The smile on Xiao Yan's face grew wider when he saw the faint flowing light that had been forcefully unleashed from his fists. Unlike Do techniques, this layer of golden light was formed by the pure strength of his physical body. The power contained within it was even more tyrannical and overbearing. When he used it with a Do technique in the future, the power that he displayed would definitely be several times greater. After punching out with all my strength countless times, I still don't have the time to use it. With a satisfied smile, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and relaxed his mood, following which, he gently pushed off the ground and his body floated to the edge of the cliff. He raised his eyes and looked up. Under the vast sky was a boundless basin. Under the deep pit on the vast crimson land, there were numerous twisting and turning bewitching rivers. Compared to the lush forest behind him, it was like purgatory. The flowing fire plains had once witnessed the rise and fall of the Fire Banyan tribe under the rule of the Fire Banyan tribe. It had also been prosperous for a period of time. Now it had become a land of death. Everything that entered one's eyes was desolate and there was no sign of life. However, one could feel a fiendish aura from a distance. The dry and hot air was faintly filled with a faint smell of blood, as though it was warning anyone who came. Gulp, gulp. Standing beside a river, Xiao Yan waved his hand and the boiling magma surged and condensed as though it was alive. The so-called rivers that covered the plains were actually the boiling magma that flowed on the surface of the ground. With a flip of his hand, he took out the Fire Banyan token. At this time, the runes on the wooden token were emitting a dim light. Ever since I came here, the Fire Banyan token seems to have sensed something. The Fire Banyan tribe was once an aristocratic clan. It's no wonder that after so many years, countless people still want to go in and find out what's going on. Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise before he immediately leaped and swiftly rushed toward the deep regions of the plains. Although he had the Fire Banyan token in hand, it was not easy to find the entrance to the Fire Banyan ruins. The exact entrance to the Fire Banyan ruins had long been sealed under the magma. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, wanting to find the traces left behind by the Fire Banyan tribe on the plains was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He could only confirm that the approximate location of the ruins was in the depths of the plains. As for whether he could find it or not, it would depend on his luck. As Xiao Yan flew deeper into the plains, the surrounding environment gradually changed. There were actually strangely shaped trees everywhere on the desolate land of lava, and what was even more strange was that most of these trees actually contained a trace of life force. In other words, these seemingly withered trees were actually alive. They were trees that grew in the land of lava. There are really all kinds of strange things in this world. This tree can actually grow in such a dangerous place. Could it be that its roots are in the magma? Facing such a strange scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh. But when he turned around, he suddenly heard a living person's voice. This friend's guess is correct. The tree's roots are indeed hidden deep under the magma. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the source of the voice. In the distant sky, two figures were flying towards him. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. Xiao Yan's expression was calm as he looked at the two figures, Genesis Qi quietly circulating in his body. Sir, there is no need to be nervous. I am Tang Yi, and I have only met this person by chance. In order to avoid any trouble along the way, we hope that Sir can travel with us. One of the two, a man in a round neck robe, cupped his fists together towards Xiao Yan and smiled. Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly observed the two people in front of him while the former was speaking. From the aura that was emitted from the bodies of these two people, their strength was that of a 4-star source zone. However, based on Xiao Yan's observation, the strength of the gray-robed man on the left was clearly being deliberately hidden. His true strength had likely already reached that of a 5-star source zone. Such a cultivation was already extraordinary within the source zone class. As for the other man in white, His aura was concealed extremely well, making it impossible to see through him. However, with his outstanding spirit power, Xiao Yan could faintly sense a hazy aura lingering around the man's body that made it impossible for others to see through him. This point alone was enough to make anyone treat him with caution. Apologies, but there's no need. I'm used to traveling alone, so please help yourselves. Xiao Yan cupped his fists together and retreated slightly. If there was really trouble, traveling with these unrelated people was the true danger. Moreover, the man in white's aura was a little strange, so it was best to stay away. When he saw that Xiao Yan was about to turn around and leave, Tang Ye's expression changed imperceptibly. Then, he said, "Little brother, it looks like this is your first time in the flowing fire plains. You probably don't know this, but this withered forest isn't that easy to pass through. These fire banyan trees take root under the lava and absorb its energy to survive. Once an outsider tries to pass through, the lava will immediately burst forth to obstruct them. When that happens, the lava will surge like a tide, and even a Genesis ancestor will have no choice but to retreat. Besides, Tang Ye's playful smile came to an abrupt end as he finished speaking. He then crossed his arms and smiled at Xiao Yan. In short, this isn't a place that little brother can pass through alone. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Xiao Yan couldn't help but hesitate slightly when he heard this. He looked at the calm sky and land in front of him, then turned around to look at the two people beside him. He pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "In that case, I'll have to trouble the two of you." Chapter 1486. Haha, little brother. Your words are a little modest. Your cultivation as a 3-star source sect is not much weaker than the two of us. However, we will have to rely on you for the rest of the journey. Tang Ye's face was immediately filled with a smile when he saw Xiao Yan turn around. Xiao Yan was non-committal. His gaze glanced at the white-clothed young man by the side. Among the two of them, only this person was able to cause him to feel some fear. This is Brother Bai. Although he is young, his cultivation is not inferior to mine at all. Tang Ye's face was full of praise. The white-clothed young man smiled and cupped his fists towards Xiao Yan. "Bai Zijing." Xiao Yan. Bai Zijing raised his eyes when he heard this. His gaze stared at Xiao Yan before quickly turning to Tang Yi. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile as he asked, "Brother Tang, I only heard you say that this forest is dangerous. Why don't you tell me what's so special about these withered trees?" As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yan also pricked up his ears. Recalling Tang Ye's posture just now, it seemed that what he said was not false. However, under Xiao Yan's inspection, these twisted and strange withered trees did not have any special characteristics other than most of them containing a trace of life. Tang Yi put on an act and smiled. His gaze slowly swept across the withered trees below as he slowly said, "Don't worry. Speaking of which, these fire banyan trees can be called relatives of the fire banyan tribe." Just the first sentence that was spoken immediately caused Xiao Yan's heart to be slightly startled. These half-dead withered trees in front of him were actually the destroyed fire banyan tribe. The fire banyan tribe has been rooted in the endless magma underground for generations. As long as the magma is not extinguished, the tribe will continue to grow. When they were prosperous, even the insignificant roots could break out of the ground and transform into a forest, thus creating this fire banyan forest. However, unlike the main tribe, these fire banyan trees do not have intelligence and only instinctively absorb the power from the magma underground. They use this power to protect the fire banyan tribe in the depths of the plains, preventing outsiders from entering. Perhaps this is the reason. Even after the fire banyan tribe was destroyed, these fire banyan trees continued to absorb the power from the magma even though they died. Once someone enters, magma will burst out from within like a volcanic eruption. Even someone as strong as Origin Zong may not be able to withstand such terrifying power. After hearing these words, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh in his heart. These fire banyan trees were like valiant generals guarding the borders. They would protect the land behind them even if they died. Such boldness could not help but make a stranger like him feel proud. Of course, what was even more shocking was that the former fire banyan tribe was actually so powerful. Even though these fire banyan trees had died many years ago, they were still able to make experts like Origin Zong feel ashamed. Hee, don't think that these fire banyan trees are afraid of dying. You too might not know that these withered trees are even more precious than living trees. After explaining, Tang Yi suddenly smiled slyly. When he saw the curious gazes of the two, he continued. With the help of the fire-melting tribe, the former fire banyan trees also rose to fame on the continent. When they were prosperous, even someone as strong as a Origin sovereign would find it difficult to pass through this fire banyan forest. Even though they are now extinct, just a single breath is enough to make Origin Zong tremble in fear. This breath is the fire banyan branch. Fire banyan branch. Xiao Yan was surprised. The central region was vast, and there were indeed many strange items that he had never heard of before. The fire banyan branch is the root of the fire banyan tree. Because it absorbs the power of the underground lava all year round, it has condensed an extremely strong fire attribute energy. The energy contained in a fire banyan branch of excellent quality far surpasses that of a top-grade spirit stone. It can be said that it is a treasure that all cultivators who are proficient in fire yearn for even in their dreams. It is an existence that is priceless on the market. However, this fire banyan branch is buried deep under the lava, and the fire banyan tree has gathered an enormous amount of lava power. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to obtain it. Every time the fire banyan tree is affected by the outside world and erupts lava, the lava power it has gathered will also be consumed. When that happens, obtaining the fire banyan branch will be as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. At this point, Xiao Yan finally understood why Tang Yi had asked him to stay. A smile appeared on Bai Zijing's face as he nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Brother Tang wants to borrow the two of us to trigger the fire banyan tree and take advantage of the situation to obtain the fire banyan branch. Haha, since everyone is fated to be able to meet in this fiery flowing plains, it is naturally for the sake of benefits. I only want to join the two of you and obtain some benefits together. Moreover, I can also help the two of you pass through this fire banyan forest. Why not? Tang Yi laughed and didn't pay attention to Bai Zijing's ridicule. This information couldn't be considered as a secret in the fiery flowing plains. The reason he spoke of it was to make the two people before him believe that his objective was pure. But since Brother Tang has already made preparations, then when the two of you traveled together earlier, one of you only needed to attract the fire banyan tree outside while the other dived into the lava to obtain the treasure. It seems that you don't need to invite me to join in, right? Xiao Yan stared straight at Tang Yi. Even if this guy's words were true, he still believed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. He was just a stranger, and it was already a kindness to be able to travel together and lead the way. Moreover, it was nonsense to conspire with an outsider to obtain such a treasure. In the face of Xiao Yan's sudden questioning, Tang Yi seemed to have already prepared an explanation. He didn't find it strange and pointed at the withered trees on the ground below. Little brother, don't underestimate these trees. Even if the power of lava dissipates, the power condensed by the fire banyan branch itself has already formed a barrier around it. Even if someone as strong as you and I want to take down the fire banyan branch, it will still have to expend some effort. Moreover, once the power of lava around the fire banyan branch dissipates, it will condense again. At that time, the barrier can no longer be opened. With my strength alone, the number of fire banyan branch I can obtain in a short period of time can be counted with one's fingers. Therefore, I invited Brother Xiao to join in. With the two of us working together, the number of fire banyan branch we obtain will definitely multiply, and we will naturally be able to get more. Tang Ye's explanation could be said to be flawless. There was no need to think about it to know that this was definitely not the first time he said this to an outsider. The current situation was unknown. Moreover, Bai Zijing's face was similarly calm. Xiao Yan was unable to tell just what kind of thoughts he was having in his heart. Xiao Yan could only nod his head in a hypocritical manner. His gaze immediately looked to the withered trees below. When he first entered this place, he didn't sense anything. However, as time gradually passed, Xiao Yan also sensed the energy faintly flowing within the tree trunks. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. With the current situation, the two people beside him probably had their own schemes. The power of lava in the fire banyan forest was about to erupt. The situation had already become extremely tense. There was no time to think about anything. Next, they could only change according to the means of the three people. Brother Tang, it seems that there isn't much time left. Just tell us what to do. Bai Zijing frowned slightly and said with a somewhat anxious look. Hearing this, Tang Yi grinned and laughed. His gaze swept past Xiao Yan and Bai Zijing, and his expression was very satisfied. Haha, good. Since the two of you can't wait, then let our good show begin. Chapter 1487. Chi Chi Chi. Accompanied by an uncomfortable hissing sound, the countless withered trees in the vast fire banyan forest began to twist strangely as though they were about to come back to life. The boiling hot magma spread from the roots of the withered tree and poured into the trunk through the cracks. Scarlet energy overflowed from the cracks. The shocking strength caused the eyes of Xiao Yan's group, who were standing in the air, to tighten. The time has come. We only need to wait for the fire banyan tree's magma power to be exhausted before we obtain the fire banyan branches. However, during this period we will have to trouble Brother Xiao Yan for a while. Gazing at the rapidly rising magma in the forest below, a faint smile appeared on Tang Ye's face. An imperceptible smile appeared on Tang Ye's face as he finished speaking. The withered trees seemed to respond as well. The ground that was covered in magma suddenly burst open. Magma gushed out and wrapped around the trees. Then, it soared into the sky, forming an astonishing pillar of fire that soared into the sky. Countless pillars of fire connected the sky to the earth, and scorching magma rained down like rain, washing the world. No one could hide from it. The fire banyan forest was like purgatory. In the face of such a situation, even people like Tang Yi could not help but tremble with fear. Even though he had been here many times, he still felt a lingering fear in the face of the fire banyan clan's power. Brother Xiao Yan, please, Tang Yi said with a solemn expression. Leave it to me. Xiao Yan gently nodded. He stood in front of the two as Genesis Qi gathered between his palms. Faced with the magma that was falling from above, he let out a loud cry and threw a palm attack. A huge palm imprint collided with the cluster of fire, causing both parties to explode. Waves of fire swept out, borrowing the remaining power of the palm to form a barrier that stood between heaven and earth, blocking the rain of fire for several breaths. Haha, Brother Xiao Yan's methods are really different. With this move of yours, we can rest assured. Tang Yi raised his brows as he watched the extremely exaggerated scene in the sky. He could not help but grin before turning to Bai Zijing. Since that's the case, it's time for the two of us to get moving. When the latter heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He did not say anything and slowly glanced at the black robe in front of him. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He tapped the void with the tip of his foot, and his figure instantly broke into the magma below like a sharp sword. When he saw Bai Zijing's anxious appearance, the smile on Tang Ye's face couldn't help but grow wider, and his figure transformed into a flowing light that chased after Bai Zijing. At the same time, a blue-colored banner that was over 10 centimeters in size appeared in his hand. In the sky, Xiao Yan looked at the two people who had charged into the magma one after another. After pondering for a moment, he sat down in the air and waited quietly. No matter how the magma slammed against him, Xiao Yan could not avoid it. He had the deviant fire with him, so the lava couldn't do anything to him. His earlier attack was only to relax Tang Yi and Li Wuyo's mentality. However, from the moment he saw Bai Zijing, he knew that Bai Zijing had other intentions towards him, so he had to treat him with caution. That fellow clearly knows that his strength is inferior to Bai Zijing's, yet he still dares to let me stay outside. I'm afraid that I have a way to deal with him. Xiao Yan couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the churning magma below. Soon after, a thought rose in his mind, and his spiritual force immediately spread out, probing towards the magma below in an attempt to enter the magma and investigate. Qi! However, the moment Xiao Yan's spiritual force came into contact with the surface of the magma, the boiling magma directly attacked his spiritual force, forcing him to immediately withdraw his hand. What a strange magma. Can even burn spiritual force. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. Just imagine, with his current spiritual force, he was confident that he could win against an ordinary origin zone. There was no place that he could not go, but he did not expect to be burned by this mere magma. I'm becoming more and more curious about how powerful the fire banyan race was back then. Xiao Yan was not afraid of his spiritual force being burned. Needless to say, the magma's miraculous effect was definitely due to the fire banyan race's methods. After this matter, his interest in this race that had existed for 1,000 years grew. Since he was unable to investigate the situation below the magma, Xiao Yan could only withdraw his thoughts and wait calmly. Tang Yi and Bai Zijing had entered the magma together, while Xiao Yan was the only one left to guard the outside world. The temporary partnership between the three was about to be broken. With benefits before them, a battle between Tang Yi and Bai Zijing was unavoidable. It would all depend on who would be able to stand in front of him in the end. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye 4 hours had passed. The fire banyan trees that had originally been on land had been completely submerged under the magma. The boiling magma continued to rise like a tide, and towering pillars of fire towered over the land. The magma that fell from the sky was like a torrential downpour, covering the entire sky. Only the space 1,000 feet around Xiao Yan was completely destitute. Even the magma, which even the experts from the source sect were afraid of, could only respectfully distance itself from it. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes flew open, his gaze shooting towards a certain direction like a falcon's. In that instant earlier, the magma at that spot, or perhaps it could be said that there was an extremely unusual aura flashing past. Even though there was the magma as a barrier, Xiao Yan was still able to clearly see a pair of eyes with this hurried glance. A pair of tiny scarlet eyes. The dark, heavy buster sword subconsciously fell into Xiao Yan's hand. He immediately stood up, his gaze sharp as he stared at a certain spot within the magma. If even he could not see its figure clearly, then this mysterious fellow's strength would not be any weaker than his own. As his thoughts raced, his body suddenly twisted as the heavy tip of his buster sword smashed through the void. A burst of ruler light shot out and entered the magma behind him, creating a wave of energy. There's more than one. Huh? Xiao Yan frowned as his gaze rapidly scanned his surroundings. The magma that had originally been 100 feet away continued to draw closer under the mysterious creature's control. Within the magma, pairs of strange eyes gradually became clearer. This is... After clearly seeing the appearance of those mysterious creatures, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned. At this moment, the surface of the magma below suddenly split open, and a figure once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Haha, I didn't expect these guys to only attack you now. It seems that brother Xiao Yan does have some tricks up his sleeve. Xiao Yan looked over. The first person to rush out was actually Tang Yi, causing him to be extremely surprised. I think brother Tang is the one with an iron fist. Even with Bai Zijing's strength, he actually died at your hands. Tang Ye's face revealed some surprise when he heard this. I didn't expect you to be able to see through that kid's true strength. I've really underestimated you. However, this ends here. Glancing at the rapidly approaching magma, the corners of Tang Ye's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. He twisted his neck slightly and looked coldly at Xiao Yan again. Do you know that this fire banyan forest is the home ground of the fire-scaled lizards? Anyone who dares to have any ideas about the fire banyan branch will be entangled with them until they die. Even an 8-star source sect wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. Although you have cultivation, you're too greedy. The moment his voice sounded, Tang Yi abruptly waved his sleeves. An ornament that was wrapped by a blue-colored cluster of light shot toward Xiao Yan with great speed. When it was a couple of dozen feet in front of Xiao Yan, it burst apart under Tang Ye's control. Immediately, a small section of a red-colored plant root was revealed. It was the so-called fire banyan branch. In an instant, within the magma that covered the world, countless scarlet gazes fell on Xiao Yan's body. Chapter 1488. Densely packed red figures gradually appeared within the surging magma. The magma raged as it continuously closed in on Xiaoyan. A scarlet red body that was covered in scales, a triangular head, a pair of strange eyes that emitted a red light, and a thick and long tail. It also had a 10-foot-long thick tail. Its entire body was like that of a lizard. When Xiaoyan saw this, he could not help but feel a little surprised. Fire-scaled lizard, huh? To think that I would actually meet one here. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the lizards within the magma. His mind involuntarily recalled what he had encountered in the magma under the blazing sky chi refining tower. The situation back then was just like this. However, he did not expect to see such a scene when he was younger. Unexpectedly, it had reappeared today. Xiaoyan's hand clenched into the air, and a large ruler immediately landed in his hand. His gaze looked around before it once again landed on Tang Ye's body. So that's how it is. Looks like Bai Zijing is not the only one who has died because of you. He who asked there to always be greedy idiots like you in this world. You think that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me just because you have some strength and order me around. Just how many conceited people have come to this fire banyan forest? So what if it is an 8-star origin sect? Haven't they still ended up in my pocket? At the end of the day, all of you only have yourselves to blame and deserve to die. Tang Ye's actions were exaggerated as he danced. His face was filled with crazed disdain. This kind of savage posture caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily shake his head. He coldly said, "What nonsense! It is clearly you who attracted the passers-by here, causing them to fall into your trap. Yet, you still boast that you only have yourselves to blame. I think that you are the one who deserves death." The instant his words sounded, Xiaoyan's body instantly disappeared into the empty space like a ghost. This speed. Tang Ye's cold laughter had yet to be spat out from his mouth when his pupils abruptly shrunk. Immediately, he did not hesitate to wildly strike in front of him. The thing that was facing off against him in the empty space was surprisingly a large ruler. The heavy ruler's blade brought with it an astonishing pressure. Even though Tang Ye's cultivation was not weak, he was still blasted back by this ferocious attack. The moment he came to a stop, Tang Ye was shocked to discover that the right arm he had used to block the attack had been shaken to the point that it could not move. Although it was crazy, Tang Ye was no fool. From this attack, he knew that Xiaoyan's battle power was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. What terrifying physical strength! Tang Ye cried out in his heart. Before he could think any further, Xiaoyan's figure had once again appeared in front of him like the wind. Tang Ye knew that something was wrong and hurriedly threw out the flag in his hand. In an instant, it transformed into a huge flag that blocked in front of him. Turbulent blue Genesis Chi whizzed towards Xiaoyan like a wave, but it was immediately cut apart by the latter's ruler. Only then did Tang Ye withdraw. Damn it! I almost underestimated you. Tang Ye, who had withdrawn into the distance, used his strength to rub his still numb right arm. His gaze was dark and stern as he stared at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's face was expressionless. His gaze paused on the blue flag beside Tang Ye for a brief moment before he noticed the approaching magma. He let out a deep breath as the Genesis Chi in his body finally began to move. Tang Ye clearly sensed this. He grabbed the flag and viciously waved it. A blue water screen swiftly enveloped him as an icy chuckle rang out. I admit that your battle power is not weak, but this is the fire banyan forest. If you want to kill me, you'll first have to get past the fire-scale lizards. This place may be a grave for you, but it's a hunting ground for me. I will personally watch them tear you to pieces. Ha ha ha. As his laughter faded, Tang Ye immediately pulled back and dove into the magma. But if one looked closely, they would see that under the protection of the water screen, the magma was completely isolated wherever he passed. Even the fire-scale lizards did not seem to discover his existence. No wonder Bai Zijing was swallowed by the magma while you were able to escape unscathed. So it's the effect of this flag. Xiaoyan suddenly understood. He slowly raised the giant ruler in his hand as flames ignited on his palm and spread to the ruler's body. It's a heavenly flame. Under the protection of the water screen, Tang Ye's expression instantly changed when he saw the flames ignite on the ruler's body. But the following scene caused him to be even more shocked. The veins on Xiao Yan's arm pulsed as he suddenly waved the giant ruler. The whistling sound of wind was like thunder as it was accompanied by an invisible aura. In an instant, the magma that was crazily pouncing towards Xiao Yan swiftly retreated as if it had received an order. The fire-scale lizards that were only a few steps away from Xiao Yan's body also seemed to have been frozen in the air. After losing the magma's protection, the scarlet scales on their bodies suddenly split open. Scarlet blood spurted out as painful hisses immediately resounded. After the surrounding fire-scale lizards retreated in fear, a path once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan that led straight to Tang Yi. What a crazy idea! It's a pity that this method is useless against me. What? Everything that had happened in the blink of an eye caused Tang Yi to be incomparably shocked. He never imagined that the man-eating magma would become so obedient in front of Xiao Yan. If the one coming up was by Zijing, I might have to put in a little more effort. But since it's you, I will quietly listen to the final movement of my life. As these indifferent words were spat out, the heavy Xian ruler danced in the air. Several ruler flashes overlapped one another to form a rainbow that shot towards Tang Yi. What shameless boasting! Do you think I'm afraid of a mere 3-star Genesis sect master? Tang Yi's face was filled with rage. How could a 4-star Genesis sect master like him be so easily frightened by a few words from his opponent? He immediately raised the flag in his hand again and waved it in front of him. Surging blue Genesis chi transformed into a giant whirlpool in the blink of an eye, extinguishing the surrounding magma as it whizzed forward with an astonishing aura like a storm. Boom! In the end, the ruler flashes and whirlpool were both destroyed. Xiao Yan's face was devoid of fear as he swung his giant ruler and charged forward. Tang Yi abruptly twisted the flag, transforming it into a spear that pierced through the air to meet Zhou Yuan head-on. The countless surrounding fire-scale lizards also controlled the magma to charge forward at practically the same time. The spear thrust forward as the ruler furiously hacked down. Sparks flew the instant the two collided. The terrifying power from the ruler forced the spear back. The spear trembled violently as the flag unfurled, and it hurtled towards Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan was unafraid. His body easily dodged a couple of times, after which he used the large ruler to block in front of him. His body furiously charged forward as a fierce flame wildly spat out from the ruler's body. The moment Tang Ye's expression changed, Xiao Yan once again slammed his palm onto the ruler's body. The huge ruler charged forward with the support of this firm and ferocious strength. It was unstoppable. Tang Yi hurriedly unfurled the flag and used it to block. However, he had just reduced over half of the force on the huge ruler when Xiao Yan suddenly stepped on the ruler's body. The powerful force was like a hot knife through butter as it easily broke through the defense in front of Tang Yi. The remaining force poured onto Tang Ye's body behind him. Ugh! Fresh blood was wildly spat out. Xiao Yan's powerful attack had caused Tang Yi to suffer some serious injuries. The thing that caused him to be even more shocked was that by the time he recovered and raised his head to take a look, the flag that he had used to protect his life had already landed in Xiao Yan's hand. At this moment, the latter was wearing a smile as he stared at him with a mocking expression. At this moment, without the protection of the flag, the fire-scaled lizards that were originally targeting Xiao Yan had turned their spearheads. Countless ferocious gazes fell on Tang Ye's body, causing him to feel cold all over. Without thinking, he knew what kind of cruel situation he was about to face. No, you can't do this, Xiao Yan, you can't do this to me. There is no life or death hatred between you and me. This trip is just for money. I am willing to share my gains with you. I can even give you all of it, as long as you return the flag to me. Tang Ye's face was full of fear. Compared to Xiao Yan, he was more afraid of these fire-scaled lizards. He had personally witnessed countless experts die under their siege. These beasts were so terrifying that he would rather die than face them. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a warm smile. Under Tang Ye's hopeful gaze, he slowly raised the flag and said slowly, "Since you are willing to contribute everything, this flag should be included." As soon as his voice fell, A light flashed in his palm and the flag was stored in the storage ring. In an instant, Tang Ye's face suddenly froze. Countless fire-scaled lizards also opened their mouths full of fangs and suddenly pounced. Chapter 1489. Tang Yi let out a mournful howl as he was completely drowned by the fire-scaled lizards. In the sky, Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Tang Yi had died, but the rain of fire had yet to dissipate. He still did not dare to be careless against these fire-scaled lizards. With the heavenly flame protecting him, the lava naturally could not get close to him. However, this was only enough to take care of most of the fire-scaled lizards. It was not so easy to deal with those that were stronger than origin ancestors. Squeak, squeak! As the group of fire-scaled lizards surrounded Xiao Yan once more, 100 feet of empty space opened up around him. From the looks of it, they did not seem to have any intention of continuing their assault. Xiao Yan gripped his giant ruler and gathered his strength, his mind becoming increasingly tense. Within the lava, the tightly clustered fire-scaled lizards slowly retreated. Lava surged everywhere, and there were at least a dozen enormous balls of fire. Within those balls of fire, the deep red lava seemed to be wrapped around something. When Su Chen's vision cleared, he saw that there were at least a dozen even larger fire-scaled lizards floating in the air. Xiao Yan's originally gloomy expression immediately became uglier the moment he saw these enormous creatures. The strength of these dozen-plus fire-scale lizards were all above that of Yuanzong. Moreover, the auras of some of them were extremely strong. It was even harder to measure their strength, and they were probably extremely powerful existences even among high-grade origin ancestors. Such a lineup, in an instant, they had appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With the addition of the countless fire-scaled lizards surrounding them, even with Xiao Yan's abilities, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Phew! Under the strong pressure, Xiao Yan anxiously exhaled a deep breath of air. A thought passed through his mind and numerous dark black curtains immediately formed in the empty space around him. They stood beside Xiao Yan and surrounded him. His opponents were more than a dozen origin ancestor-level powerhouses, and he definitely could not face them head-on. If he borrowed the power of the Void Great Tao to repeatedly pass through, he might be able to break through these layers of encirclement. However, GG. Just as Xiao Yan's tent was condensed, the fire-scaled lizard beasts in the magma suddenly let out a strange roar. In the blink of an eye, sharp and ear-piercing sound waves converged and reverberated endlessly within the 100 meters of space. The momentum was becoming more and more astonishing. What caused Xiao Yan to widen his eyes even more was that the many tents that he had condensed around him actually began to distort under the attack of the sound wave. The spatial energy that had gathered on it was also strangely dissipating. When he noticed this, Xiao Yan revealed astonishment for the first time. It was the first time in a very long time that he'd seen the energy of the Grand Tao suffer a loss. This is going to be troublesome. When he saw the energy of the Grand Tao dissipate, the shock in Xiao Yan's heart grew even more intense. He had no choice but to continuously wave his giant ruler. Flames shot out and sonic booms rang out one after another. Only then did the continuous shrieks dissipate a little. However, the dozen or so giant beasts standing in the void no longer hesitated. They swung their large tails and twisted their bodies, appearing in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. They waved their sharp claws and viciously tore at Xiao Yan's head. Clang! The giant ruler chopped down and blocked the giant beast's attack, but almost at the same time, two more giant beasts appeared on both sides of him. Their attacks were continuous, and they were all killing moves. Just as he was about to withdraw, the giant ruler in his hand was firmly controlled by the giant beast in front of him. Xiao Yan had no choice but to let go. Just as he was about to retreat, another sharp piercing sound came from behind him. In the blink of an eye, it was right next to his ear. Xiao Yan's hair instantly stood on end. He only cared about forcefully twisting his body to block the attack, but he was sent flying by the giant beast. Damn it! Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, which then turned into a blood arrow and shot forward. In an instant, two giant beasts appeared on both sides of him. The tight attacks made Xiao Yan have no time to take care of them. After forcefully resisting the attacks of the two beasts, he suddenly stomped his foot and forced a fire-scaled lizard below him to retreat. His body suddenly rushed up, his eyes fixed on the layer of magma directly above him. At this point, he could only try his best to force his way out of here. Roar! The magma above him was getting closer and closer, but at this moment, the magma above him suddenly separated. A giant beast was bearing its bloody mouth full of fangs, waiting for him to deliver himself to its door. This giant beast was clearly the strongest one among the dozen or so beasts. When the fire-scaled lizard above him appeared, Xiao Yan was already very close to it. The rest of the fire-scaled lizards below him were also surrounding him. There was no way to retreat, so he could only try his best to fight. Come! Xiao Yan roared in his heart. He clenched his teeth, and the Genesis Chi in his body gushed out without reservation. Blazing flames rapidly gathered in his palm. Whether or not he could break out of the encirclement depended on this moment. Roar! It was also at this moment that the enormous beast above Xiao Yan's head waved its arms. Magma covered its sharp claws and a bright red energy spread over its entire body. Its enormous body swiftly rotated and fell heavily, about to collide with Xiao Yan. Go! Xiao Yan forcibly stopped his body. He waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out. The two collided, and an earth-shaking shockwave swept out like a storm. Xiao Yan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was immediately devoured by the flames in his palm. The giant beast stood tall in the sky, its scarlet-red eyes fixed on a black figure below. When it focused its gaze, it saw that the one colliding with it was a puppet. Come back, North King! With a loud roar, lightning wrapped around the North King's body as it swiftly returned to Xiao Yan's side. If it had not summoned the North King at the last moment, Xiao Yan would not even have had a chance to catch his breath. Xiao Yan could not help but be shocked at the sight of the North King's torn chest. The North King's current strength was at least comparable to a 5-star origin ancestor, and its body was extraordinarily tough. Who would have thought that it would be torn apart by a single claw from this bastard? Fortunately, the North King's body contained lightning power, which allowed it to continuously repair itself, preventing it from being instantly destroyed. With this temporary delay by the Northern King, the heavenly flame that was wildly agglomerating between Xiao Yan's palms had already begun to take an embryonic form. All it needed was a moment before the fire lotus would be formed. At that time, it was likely that even if these bastards in front of him were to join hands, they would suffer some pain. Roar! The huge beast's scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, appearing to have seen that the thing that was agglomerated in Xiao Yan's palm was not ordinary. While the latter was quietly becoming alert, a sharp sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted from behind him. Clang! Once again, the North King used his body to block this sudden attack. His chest, which had already been torn apart, instantly caved in. The scorching power of the lava seeped into his body, causing the recovery speed of the lightning to greatly decrease. When Xiao Yan dodged his body and looked at the spot from earlier, a cluster of magma had unknowingly appeared in the empty space. The tail of the enormous beast had emerged from the magma. Chi! However, before Xiao Yan could hesitate, lava continuously appeared in the air around him. Soon after, numerous arms and tails charged towards him. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was still able to stabilize his body by relying on the ingenuity of the sky extinction steps. Even though he could not avoid being injured by the lava power, the fire lotus that had formed in his palms had reached the final moment of formation. Chi! Another sudden sound of rushing air appeared. Xiao Yan glanced over from the corner of his eyes. A thick tail had emerged from the magma beside him and pierced the fire lotus in his hand. This time around, Xiao Yan decided not to dodge. Instead, while his body was twisting, he violently pressed the fire lotus onto the rapidly moving tail from the side. The fire lotus easily incinerated the scales that covered the surface of the enormous tail and penetrated a couple of inches. Wherever it passed, the skin and flesh would split apart. A sizzling sound would emit a large amount of white smoke. Even a small piece of bone was forcefully melted by the frightening temperature that the fire lotus carried. Roar! After suffering such an attack, the giant beast could not help but let out a painful roar. However, Xiao Yan did not have the heart to care about this. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent had withdrawn its attack, he pushed his palms forward and sent the fire lotus in his palms forward. The exquisite fire lotus leisurely streaked across the sky, leaving behind a long fire tail. It seemed harmless as it swept across the sky. Soon after, it exploded in the sky near the dozen fire-scale lizards. Chapter 1490. Everything was silent beneath the fire lotus. When a magnificent lotus slowly blossomed in the sky, all of the fire-scale lizards under the origin sect were blasted away. Even the pillar of fire that connected the heavens and the earth was forcefully destroyed. They fell into the magma below. After a fierce battle, there were still 10 fire-scale lizards standing in front of Xiao Yan. Their leader was naturally the high-tier fire-scale lizard. Crack, crack, human, you shouldn't have appeared here. Xiao Yan's face was deathly pale. However, the giant beast opposite him spat out some words that were difficult to understand. Perhaps, but I'm still here. Xiao Yan shook his head with some difficulty. He gently clenched his hand under his sleeve and a golden disc landed in his palm. It was given to him by the mysterious expert when he left the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan did not know what exactly this formation plate was. However, at this moment, the only method he could choose and trust was this. Chirp, chirp. The other fire-scale lizards on both sides of the giant beast released sharp cries. They quickly spread out and surrounded Xiao Yan. The latter's expression was frosty as the remaining Genesis Chi in his body swiftly flowed into the disc. The North King stood guard beside him as he prepared for the upcoming battle. Roar! However, the fire-scale lizard leader suddenly turned its head to look at the magma below as a strange look appeared in its tiny eyes. With a wave of its arm, the remaining fire-scale lizards immediately looked over. As if they had received some kind of order, they charged towards the magma below without any hesitation. Despicable human! The enormous beast emitted a furious roar of dissatisfaction from its mouth, after which it did not dare to hesitate. Its body moved and it hurriedly fell into the magma below. In an instant, the danger that Xiao Yan felt in the sky had disappeared. However, the thing that caused him to be unable to comprehend was what the enormous beast's last sentence was trying to express. Clang! While the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart had yet to be resolved, an intense collision exploded beside his ear like thunder. The sudden attack sent the Northern King flying. The Northern King's pale face instantly changed drastically as he sensed an attack coming from behind him. The Northern King's expression changed drastically when he sensed an attack coming from behind him. He hurriedly twisted his body, but an arrow still pierced his shoulder. Xiao Yan's body rapidly retreated as intense pain assaulted him. While his eyes quickly scanned the area, he hurriedly swallowed a few pills. Then, he focused his gaze and saw a figure standing in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was an unexpectedly cold face. You're still alive, Bai Zijing. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with shock. This meant that even Tang Yi had been kept in the dark. Tang Yi is just an ordinary person. If I really died at his hands, wouldn't I become a joke? Bai Zijing curled his lips and sneered in disdain. Xiao Yan's heart grew even more terrified. The fact that Bai Zijing could deceive Tang Yi's eyes despite being surrounded by fire-scale lizards showed just how powerful he was. The Genesis Chi in Xiao Yan's body had been mostly depleted, and Bai Zijing had suddenly appeared. Moreover, Bai Zijing's target was clearly Xiao Yan. It was likely that things would not end well. As he felt the power slowly recovering in his body, Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand and recalled the heavy Shin ruler floating in the distance. He then lifted his gaze again and stared at Bai Zijing in the distance. He slowly said, "Brother Bai, you and I have never met before. Today's matter is all because of Tang Yi. Why don't we both take a step back and leave peacefully?" Bai Zijing laughed angrily. He then looked coldly at Xiao Yan and said in a chilling voice, "Humph, if you don't recognize me, then, do you recognize this?" Without giving Xiao Yan any chance to catch his breath, Bai Zijing decisively raised an arm. Genesis Qi madly surged out, and a dazzling light was immediately released above his head. An astonishing energy rapidly gathered. The frantically gathering energy gradually converged into a huge ball of light. The dazzling light caused Xiao Yan's pupils to shrink. He suddenly thought of something. "So you are from the Bai clan? Light of the Corona." Bai Zijing waved his arm the moment Xiao Yan's words left his mouth. The cluster of light descended and Xiao Yan put away the heavy Xian ruler with a flip of his hand. Soon after, he began to rapidly form a series of hand seals. Flames surged all over his body as the Genesis Qi in his body was swiftly mobilized. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a towering fiery red giant statue. "Ha! Xiao Yan, do you know that Bai Ruoxuan is my younger brother? Today, I will avenge him for the humiliation he suffered back then." Bai Zijing's cry was vast and mighty under the bright sun. His fury was monstrous. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. He could only use all his strength to maneuver the remaining Genesis Qi in his body and gather all his remaining strength on the enormous statue. When the sunlight arrived, he also let out a long roar towards the sky. Fury of the fire god. The sun descended, and the fire god attacked. The moment the two collided, the world shook, and the wind and clouds swept out. Powerful shockwaves blasted open a sinkhole in the fire banyan forest below, causing magma to spray out like a tide. When the fire god statue and the sun were both destroyed, Bai Zijing quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow. His hawk-like sharp eyes stared at Xiao Yan, who was behind the puppet. "Xiao Yan, so you are from the Xiao clan. Today you will die without a doubt." As his roar rang out, the arrow shot out, but it was quickly shattered by the North King's two palms. After Xiao Yan stood as the Northern King, he used the medicinal pill to try his best to recover the exhaustion within his body. After a couple of fights and forcefully using the fire god's fury earlier, it was likely that the current Xiao Yan would have already lost his fighting strength if not for the strength of the medicinal pill. At this moment, Bai Zijing, who had seen this clearly, did not want to miss this opportunity. Arrows flew out continuously. No matter how strong the North King was, he was unable to block all of them. Wherever the arrows came into contact with, they would break through his body of steel and sink into his body. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt shocked in his heart when he saw this scene. By being able to easily break the body of the Northern King with one arrow, the strength of this Bai Zijing was at the very least above that of a 6-star Source Song. "I need to find a way to leave as soon as possible." Anxiously, Xiao Yan could not care less about his injuries. He swallowed a few more pills and used the North King's temporary resistance to refine them. Not a bad puppet, but it's destined to become a pile of scrap metal. On the other side, Bai Zijing's expression was cold and callous. He drew his bow to a full crescent as the light from the arrow grew even brighter. This arrow was undoubtedly much stronger than before. Parting arrow. Bai Zijing's lips parted slightly as the arrow shot out. Like the wind chasing after the moon, it pierced through the North King's palms despite the North King's full strength. Sparks flew as the arrow viciously pierced the North King's chest. The terrifying force mercilessly tore apart the North King's body that had just recovered. Even the tip of the arrow pierced through the North King's back, causing Xiao Yan's body to stagger 2 steps back. Just this arrow alone had pierced through the North King's body. It was unimaginable. If this were to happen a few more times, Xiao Yan would likely have no chance of survival. "Humph!" Bai Zijing grinned mockingly. He did not continue shooting, but instead raised his bow towards the sky. Blue Genesis Qi condensed into an arrow that shot into the sky. Domain power, water domain. With a low shout, the originally scorching and dry air was strangely suffused with moisture. Coupled with the scorching environment, it made one feel as if they were in a steamer. A domain was not much of a help to a Genesis ancestor expert, but in Bai Zijing's hands, it had an extremely different hue. Let's see how you'll dodge this arrow. Chapter 1491. Water vapor floated in the stuffy air. Tiny water droplets condensed together as Bai Zijing drew the bow, finally transforming into sharp arrows. Looking at the cold and sharp edge, it was actually not inferior to the arrow just now. Who? Behind the North King, Xiao Yan slowly moved to the side. After waiting for a moment, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. At the very least, it wouldn't be difficult to leave this place. Are you ready to counterattack before your death? Seeing Xiao Yan's fierce gaze again, Bai Zijing's sinister smile grew even wider. Even if Xiao Yan was drained of his essence blood, he wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. He stretched out a bloody palm. Xiao Yan stared intently at Bai Zijing and grinned. Bang! Suddenly, a ball of flame ignited in Xiao Yan's palm, and Bai Zijing's expression finally changed. This is a heavenly flame? Xiao Yan clenched his hand tightly the moment Bai Zijing's surprised voice sounded. The fierce flame in his hand immediately scattered in all directions. Following the scattering of the flame, the numerous arrows that had just been agglomerated began to strangely distort and evaporate. Within a couple of breaths' time, they had completely disappeared. Domains aren't exclusive to you, Xiao Yan mocked. At the same time, a pitch-black tent gradually took shape behind him, and the Genesis chi that had just recovered in his body was rapidly draining away. This sentence also caused Bai Zijing's expression to turn abnormally ugly. He couldn't help but laugh in anger. I'd like to see what other tricks you have. As his voice faded, the arrows shot out. This time, they were shattered by Xiao Yan's dark heavy buster sword. Bai Zijing took advantage of the momentum and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. As he moved, the North King leaped up. Scram! Bai Zijing was completely unafraid. He twisted his body and sent the North King flying with a kick, before he waved his hand and struck towards Xiao Yan. Underworld Water Seal. As the palm attack approached, Xiao Yan put away the dark heavy buster sword into his storage ring. As he retreated, he also met the attack with a powerful palm. Seal of Mountains and Rivers. The two palms collided. As expected, Xiao Yan was knocked back. Bai Zijing also stopped in his tracks because of this palm strike. After the aftermath of the palm strike dissipated, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Looking around, Bai Zijing immediately saw a black figure in the distant sky. It was Xiao Yan without a doubt. How could this be? Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually able to avoid his line of sight and escape, Bai Zijing was surprised and chased after him again. However, the North King, who had been sent flying, stuck close to him like a dog's skin plaster. Noisy thing. Reverse water bind. After a few rounds of entanglement, Bai Zijing became more and more irritated. Xiao Yan was just a severely injured person. If it weren't for this damned puppet in front of him, Xiao Yan would have already died at his hands. Why would there be such trouble? Bai Zijing was furious. The water pillar between his palms flipped, forming a huge water prison in the blink of an eye. As his palms opened and closed, the North King was trapped inside. After doing this, Bai Zijing frowned and looked in the direction of Xiao Yan. However, he saw that the latter was still high in the sky and had not escaped. He was surprised and looked at the North King, who was constantly ramming around in the water prison. He couldn't help but snort coldly. You're still thinking about a puppet in the face of death? You really don't know what's good for you. Bai Zijing's feet stomped furiously on the empty air. His body instantly appeared in the sky. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared to have recovered. He hurriedly used the dark black curtain that was agglomerated beside him to once again flee into the distance when Bai Zijing approached him. Chi! The instant the pitch-black tent disappeared, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and ultimately landed on the scarlet ground below. Bai Zijing could not help but be surprised again. This is the great Tao of the void. How is this possible? Didn't this kid comprehend the great Tao of fire? It was no wonder that Bai Zijing was so shocked. Who would have thought that a kid known for cultivating fire would comprehend the power of the great Tao, which had almost nothing to do with fire? One must know that the power of the great Tao was undoubtedly subversive to one's cultivation attribute. Even if two people of the same attribute had different comprehensions of the great Tao, the power they could unleash from their Genesis chi would be different. Of course, Xiao Yan, who used heavenly flames to raise the power of his own attribute to the limit, naturally had to be taken into account. Heavenly flames were the power of the world and possessed the same power as the Great Tao. In fact, from a certain point of view, it could even be said to be superior. Kid, so what if you comprehend the Great Tao of the Void? With your current body, how many times can you dodge my arrows? Bai Zijing's face was as dark as water. He roared angrily, but Xiao Yan paid no attention to him. He did his best to condense the Great Tao of the Void, and when the arrow was shot over, he fled again. Under this chase, Xiao Yan and Bai Zijing successively fled to the horizon in succession within a short moment. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan, gu, the boiling hot magma suddenly churned. Only when a splash-like ripple erupted from the surface of the magma did an extremely pale human figure once again land on the ground. If one looked closer, one would undoubtedly find that it was Xiao Yan. There was no need to think too much. Since Xiao Yan was here, the one who fled to the horizon with Bai Zijing was naturally his clone. Phew, that was really close. Fortunately, this magma can isolate one's aura. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Xiao Yan bitterly sighed. He parted his mouth and immediately flew to the side of the water prison in the sky. He borrowed his little remaining strength to summon the heavenly flame and gradually spread it out, forming an enormous fire net. After it completely wrapped around the water prison, he controlled the Northern King and the fire net to exert their strength together. Only then was the water prison destroyed in one strike. At the same time, under Bai Zijing's pursuit, Xiao Yan found it more and more difficult to dodge. The tricky arrows streaked across the sky like lightning. Even the power of the Great Tao was mercilessly shattered by these arrows. Chi! Accompanied by a sharp sound, Bai Zijing's figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a ghost. The two of them looked at each other. Bai Zijing's eyes were like a wolf's, and the smile on his face was filled with endless killing intent. Now, can you still dodge? The latter was speechless. He pulled out the fire ruler with all his strength and tried to repel the person in front of him. Bai Zijing smiled disdainfully. He pressed forward without dodging. The moment the giant fire ruler formed, he used Genesis Chi to protect his body and firmly grasped Xiao Yan's wrist with one hand. With a fierce twist, he easily broke the wrist. As the flames scattered, an arrow formed in his other hand. He aimed it at Xiao Yan's chest and fiercely pressed it down. Die! A sharp and resentful roar resounded in the sky as the arrow pierced Xiao Yan's chest. However, the arrow that pierced through his chest was as sharp as ever, but Bai Zijing's expression froze when he saw Xiao Yan's body gradually turn illusory. At this moment, Bai Zijing's heart appeared to have been struck by lightning. He forcefully endured the tearing pain in his heart and lifted his head to take a look. At this moment, Xiao Yan's illusionary face surprisingly carried a mocking smile. Brother Bai, we'll meet again. As his voice faded, the body that was being suppressed by Zijing also drifted away. Everything he had done was in vain. Under the scarlet sun, the sky was clear. Bai Zijing stood in the air in a daze. His face alternated between green and white, and his trembling body expressed his inner emotions. Pucci! Finally, at a certain moment, blood rained down from the sky in anger. Following that, there was a ruthless roar that soared into the sky. Xiao Yan. Chapter 1492. 2 months later, a black-robed figure was seated on a certain reef under a vast expanse of magma. There was nothing in the several dozen feet radius around him, and even the scorching magma had been separated. A giant blue banner stood beside the figure. Ripples of energy spread from it, covering the entire area. With the banner's support, the vast space was hidden within the magma. From the outside, it was as if the surrounding magma world was completely undetectable. At this very moment, a scarlet bead was suspended between the two hands of the figure. As he cultivated, waves of pure and majestic fire energy continuously flowed into his body. After around an hour, the energy light on the bead gradually melted. When it completely disappeared, a pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for a long time finally opened slowly. Xiao Yan could not help but smile in satisfaction as he felt the surging Genesis Qi flowing through his meridians. He glanced at the banner beside him, whose blue light was gradually dimming. With a light hook of his finger, the several feet wide banner immediately transformed into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small flag the size of a palm and circled around his body. At the same time, the surrounding magma that had been isolated from the surrounding energy swiftly filled the space. This small flag was the one Xiao Yan had obtained from Tang Yi. It was called the Flame-Repelling Water Banner and had a rather unique effect. As long as an endless stream of Genesis Qi was poured into it, the energy it emitted would be able to isolate the power of the magma and even prevent the fire-scale lizard from discovering it. This effect made Xiao Yan much safer in the magma world for a time. Ever since he had escaped from Bai Zijing's hands the last time, Xiao Yan spent most of his remaining time on training other than his usual journey. Based on his understanding of these magma creatures, Xiao Yan naturally knew that there were red pearls condensed in the bodies of high-grade fire-scale lizards. These things were extremely useful for fire attribute cultivators. Recently, he had obtained quite a few red pearls with the help of the Flame Avoidance Water Banner. Because of this, Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the peak of the advanced 3-star origin ancestor level in a mere 2 months. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star origin ancestor. Of course, even though Xiao Yan had already touched the barrier to becoming a 4-star origin sect, he still needed an even more boundless amount of energy to support his breakthrough. Fortunately, this world of lava had the energy that Xiao Yan needed. The deeper they went into the flowing fire plains, the rarer the fire banyan trees that could be seen everywhere became. This was not only because the ground became deeper, but also because the human forces had entered the depths of the plains. Fortunately, on the way here, Xiao Yan had encountered a fire banyan tree. He chose a certain direction and raised his hand. A suction force surged from his palm, and with a thought, dots of black light rapidly condensed in front of him. In the countless battles over the past 2 months, Xiao Yan's control over the power of the Grand Tao had undoubtedly deepened. At this moment, he raised his hand and condensed a curtain of the Grand Tao. After his body shuttled back and forth a few times, a ball of scarlet light appeared in front of him in the chaotic magma. From a distance, Lu Yin could see countless side roots dangling from the magma like vines. At the center of the magma was a giant root that was intertwined with each other like a stone pillar. At the top of the root was a scarlet root that was a few inches long and looked like a mountain ginseng. The scarlet energy radiated from the root, and as the surrounding vines swayed, waves of berserk fire energy were continuously gathered and absorbed by the root. Outside the scarlet light, there were fire-scaled lizards shuttling back and forth between the side roots that were as dense as seaweed. After a rough count, Lu Yin estimated that there were at least a dozen of them. It was no wonder that Tang Yi had gathered the newcomers to the flowing fire plains to steal the fire banyan branch. He had probably used others to attract the attention of the fire-scaled lizards while he himself took the opportunity to steal the fire banyan branch. This method was truly insidious. Back then, even Tang Yi had not dared to come into contact with these beasts. Now, in Xiao Yan's eyes, they were just so. With the help of the flame-repelling water banner and the Tao of the Void, Xiao Yan could easily deal with any fire-scaled lizard as long as it was not a high-tier source ancestor. With a flip of his palm, the small banner flew out in a flash. A light screen spread out around his body and quickly enveloped Xiao Yan. Even his aura disappeared into the magma. After doing all this, Xiao Yan finally rushed toward the enormous roots that were surrounded by countless number of side roots. Wherever he passed, the surrounding fire-scaled lizard appeared not to have sensed him. Even if one brushed past it, one could only sense a magma flowing at an extremely fast speed. After which, it returned to silence amidst a wave of alarm. After covering a distance of nearly 10,000 feet, Xiao Yan arrived in front of the side roots that were enveloped by the scarlet light. As he got closer, he could clearly see that the scarlet energy had condensed into a barrier at the edge. Inside the barrier was a magma energy that was even more vigorous and powerful than the outside world. Heh? Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but sneer. If it was anyone else who came here, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would not be able to fight against the fire-scaled lizards outside. However, to him, this barrier, which was enough to make an ordinary Source Ancestor powerhouse reveal a difficult expression, was nothing in front of him. As his wrist rose and fell, a pitch-black tent immediately condensed in front of him. This movement naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding fire-scaled lizards. However, before these beasts could charge forward, the tent quietly disappeared. Even Xiao Yan, who was standing outside the barrier, had appeared on the other side of the barrier, appearing in the middle of the densely packed side roots. Even with the protection of the flame-repelling water banner, the berserk energy that pounced from all directions still caused Xiao Yan's heart to tremble. Just this withered tree alone had gathered such a huge amount of fire attribute energy. It was no wonder that the Fire Banyan clan was so powerful back then. With a turn of his gaze, Xiao Yan swept his gaze across the countless side roots in front of him. These things were like living creatures, moving leisurely as they crazily absorbed the magma energy in this area. They seemed to have sensed Xiao Yan's arrival, and countless branches aimed at Xiao Yan, as if he had something they needed. While Xiao Yan's heart was filled with doubt when he sensed this point, he also shot out a couple of tiny flames in a probing manner. As expected, those roots appeared to have found their target as they swiftly shot over. Within a short moment, they had separated and absorbed this small cluster of heavenly flame that could melt and stone iron. Even with Xiao Yan's character, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw this scene. Ever since he had made his debut, the heavenly flame in his hand had always been successful. It was the first time that he had encountered something that could eat his heavenly flame, as expected of the Fire Banyan clan. While being surprised at the terror of these side roots, Xiao Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of his palm, he simply shot out a few more balls of flames that floated on both sides of his body. The countless side roots in front of him immediately welcomed them. Amidst a wave of sizzling sounds, Xiao Yan also safely passed through the dense side roots. Turning his head back to look, it seemed that these things could not casually devour the heavenly flame. When Xiao Yan's gaze turned back, at the top of the thick root in front of him, a section of the Fire Banyan branch was already within reach. Looking around, Xiao Yan grinned. Since the magma energy here was so abundant, he might as well use this place to refine the Fire Banyan branch and break through in one fell swoop. P.S. 140,000 words expected to be updated in December, around 70 chapters. Chapter 1493. Xiao Clan, outside the ancestral shrine. First Elder, half a year has passed. Now, everyone except Xiao Xian has come out of seclusion in the ancestral shrine. Do you think we should wake him up to prevent any more trouble? Xiao Dingtian and the First Elder stood in front of the ancestral shrine and looked at the stone door that had been sealed for a long time. The former hesitated for a moment before urging. More than half a year had passed since Xiao Yan left the Xiao clan. Not long ago, the ancestral shrine had opened again. All the clan members who had participated in the clan sacrifice had left the ancestral shrine, and many of their cultivations had improved greatly. Young clan leader Xiao Xiaojun had reached the late 9-star origin ancestor stage and was only a step away from the source venerate stage. Xiao Xiu, who was with him, had reached the 8-star origin ancestor stage. The others had improved greatly, but only Xiao Xian had yet to come out of the ancestral shrine. Ding Tian, be patient. The ancestral temple is connected to the sacred blood crystal. Nothing happened there, which means that the clan sacrifice is normal. The rest is just a matter of time. Moreover, that little guy's ancestor is different from ordinary people. Perhaps when he comes out of seclusion, he will bring us a different kind of surprise. The First Elder's turbid eyes stared at the stone door in front of him, as though he wanted to see through its surface and see its essence. It was only after a long time that his dry palm stroked his beard before he calmed down and withdrew his gaze. Xiao Dingtian, who was at the side, frowned. Since the First Elder had said so, he naturally wouldn't interfere. However, Xiao Xian still hadn't come out of seclusion, which made him feel a little uneasy. By the way, has Third Brother sent any news back recently? Suddenly, the First Elder seemed to have thought of something and asked slowly. Xiao Dingtian was slightly startled. He immediately wiped away the emotions in his heart, shook his head, and sighed. Not yet. Third elder has left the clan for half a year. During this time, he only sent news back once, saying that he had gone to the southern region. It seems that he should be at the border of the continent. The first elder frowned. He shouldn't have sent Xiao Mingyuan, but the latter insisted on going this time. Even sixth brother Xiao Yuehua couldn't stop him. Third brother has a grudge against Xiao Yan. He doesn't want to continue staying in the clan. The grand elder let out a soft sigh. Xiao Dingtian curled his lips and said hesitantly, "Great elder, in my opinion, the talents of those outsiders are mediocre. Even if they were to join our clan, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things. Why should we?" "Enough!" This time, without waiting for Xiao Dingtian to finish speaking, Xiao Jin interrupted him with a reprimand. His old face revealed a rare expression of anger. After a long while, he spoke with hatred. "We are of the same origin. Why do you have to be so forceful?" Sigh. With a long sigh, the grand elder shook his head and left. Xiao Dingtian silently curled his lips and glanced at the tightly shut stone door. He snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. At the same time, within the ancestral shrine, Xiao Xian was sitting cross-legged in a secret room. Behind him was a pile of bloodstones that had been casually thrown away by those who had entered the ancestral shrine. But now, the scarlet bloodstones had lost their usual color, and the violent energy within them had been exhausted. A stone platform stood in front of Xiao Xian. On top of it was a transparent crystal the size of a pomegranate. A trace of scarlet blood floated at the core of the crystal. As the cultivation technique in Xiao Xian's body rapidly circulated, waves of boundless energy continuously surged out from the blood and frantically converged into his body. Xiao Xian's aura also became denser under the constant infusion of energy. If there was anyone else present, they would probably cry out in surprise. Xiao Xian's aura had already broken through to the peak of the Source Ancestor realm from the initial stage when he entered the ancestral shrine. Moreover, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like it had any intention of stopping. Poof! The deep ground suddenly exploded as magma gushed out. A pillar of fire rose high into the sky, and a figure soared into the sky. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan. His aura had successfully broken through, and he had stayed in the magma under the fire banyan tree for a few more months. As a result, his current strength had already reached the mid-4th star Source Ancestor realm. Almost a year had passed since he had obtained the fire banyan branch. Huff! Xiao Yan deeply inhaled the searing hot air in his chest and could not help but laugh out loud. The powerful searing hot energy flowing through the chi paths in his body caused him to have the feeling of wanting to face the sky and let out a long howl. His body trembled as the remaining scarlet energy swept out. He looked around, and after confirming the direction of the depths of the plains, he leapt and shot towards the distant horizon. Although his strength had broken through, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan felt even more longing for the legendary Fire Banyan ruins. The current him did not want to stay for even a moment longer. He wanted to see the treasured land that countless people had gone crazy over. The flowing fire plains was vast. Even with Xiao Yan's origin ancestor strength, it would not be easy for him to pass through this place, even if there were no obstructions. 10 days later, Xiao Yan's vision gradually began to change. The hills rose and fell as far as the eye could see, and short rivers could occasionally be seen. This desolate ridge world was finally dyed with some natural colors. It was only at this point that Xiao Yan felt much more at ease when he saw the figures passing by in the mountain forest. At the very least, he was now certain that he was heading in the right direction. Chi! The piercing sound of rushing air approached from afar as Xiao Yan's figure swiftly flew over a mountain forest. There were many battles here, and there was no lack of high-tier origin ancestor battles. If there was no need, he did not want to take part in any of them. However, while such thoughts rose in Xiao Yan's head, an astonishing explosion suddenly spread from a certain spot in the mountain forest. As energy unfurled, Xiao Yan's rapidly flying figure came to an abrupt halt as he turned his gaze towards the source of the explosion. There seemed to be a somewhat familiar aura at the center of the explosion. Bastards, trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Heaven-burning fury. In the mountain forest, a young man in ragged clothes gritted his teeth as he viciously spat out a mouthful of blood that had been stuck in his throat. The Genesis chi in his body frantically circulated, surging great Tao power condensing into a long flaming spear above his head. A fire dragon coiled around the spear, and with a furious roar, it collided heavily with the combined attack of the 4 opponents. Boom! Another explosion rang out. Space shattered, the mountain forest was destroyed, and the ground cracked as lava immediately spilled out. After a cloud of dust, the young man's body slammed heavily into the mountain forest in the distance. Soon after, 4 figures with somewhat chaotic auras caught up to him. Damn it! I haven't even seen the shadow of the ruins, and I'm already going to fall at the hands of you bastards. The young man was in a sorry state, his aura plummeting to rock bottom. Even so, he forced himself to his feet as he glared angrily at the 4 individuals in the air. Humph, you can only blame yourself for not knowing what's good for you. If you had handed over that thing earlier, you would naturally have been fine. This is the price you have to pay for your arrogance. A hoarse chuckle rang out as one of the 4 abruptly stepped forward. 5 fingers clenched together, and with a piercing sound, viciously slashed towards the young man's throat. However, it was at this moment that a clear and bright laughter suddenly rang out. I haven't seen you for a few years. How did you end up in such a state? As the voice fell, just as the 4 people and the young man were feeling bewildered, a black figure appeared in front of the young man like a ghost. At the same time, 5 fingers bent and easily grasped the palm blade that was coming at him. Chapter 1494. Ah! His hand was forcefully grabbed by the human figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him. The fellow, who was about to kill a moment ago, suddenly emitted a hoarse wail at this moment. He struggled to escape from the grasp of this human figure. When the latter saw this, he gently pushed and the person's body immediately shot backwards, after which he heavily smashed onto the ground in the distance. At the same time, the remaining 3 people also looked at the human figure that had appeared in front of them with an unfriendly expression. When they saw that the person who had arrived was actually a young man, there was shock and disdain in their eyes. It was also at this moment that the young man who had been seriously injured by them earlier finally saw the face of the person who had arrived. When he saw this face that had left a deep impression on him, he could not help but exclaim, "Xiao Yan, it's actually you! Haha, I also did not expect that I would actually meet you here, Qin Yan." Xiao Yan smiled warmly. The person in front of him was the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley, Qin Yan, whom he had met in the southern region back then. After the battle with him back then, this fellow had left the Burning Flame Valley to roam the continent. He did not expect that they would actually meet in the flowing fire plains today. It was really a coincidence. When I was defeated by you back then, I was completely convinced. After discussing with teacher, I still planned to leave the valley to train. Not long ago, I had a fortuitous encounter and heard about the fire banyan remains. Therefore, I wanted to come over and try my luck. I did not expect that 1 person would not be enough. There is actually another one who has come to die. Since you have met as good friends today, the old man and the others will reluctantly send all of you on your way. Before Qin Yan's words could fade, one of the remaining 3 people suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted him. On the other side, the person who had been sent flying by Xiao Yan also swiftly stepped forward. However, from his pale face and his right hand that had barely stopped bleeding, his condition did not seem to be too good. Noisy. Xiao Yan frowned and slowly turned around to face the 4 people in front of him. Qin Yan, who was beside him, wanted to stop him. However, when he saw Xiao Yan's fearless appearance and recalled the battle with him back then, the strength of this fellow in front of him was always beyond his expectations. Perhaps these 4 people might not be a match for Xiao Yan. Kid, you have some guts, but you will soon understand the consequences of not doing anything. The elder who had spoken earlier coldly snorted. His hand danced in the shape of a claw. Genesis chi flowed from his palm as his body suddenly moved forward. He arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye and grabbed at Xiao Yan's face. In the next instant, Xiao Yan raised his left hand with lightning-like speed. His wrist circled around the other party's elbow, pushing aside the incoming hand claw as his palm pressed against the left side of the old man's chest. Genesis chi gushed out and a cracking sound was heard. The old man's ribs were broken and his body was immediately sent flying. It was also at this moment that the remaining few people behind finally sensed that the situation was not right. One after another, they moved forward. Powerful auras spread as wave after wave of powerful auras were released. For 3-star Genesis sex, you do have some foundation, but that's all. The expressions on the faces of the 3 old men immediately changed when the young man in front of them revealed their cultivation levels. Soon after, an aura that was even stronger than theirs spread out from the body of the young man in front of them. At this instant, the expressions of the 3 old men abruptly changed. Without giving them the opportunity to withdraw, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled. Soon after, a few ruler glows flashed past in a lightning-like manner. Flames churned and the human figures immediately flew out. By the time their bodies stopped, they were already seriously injured. In the air, Xiao Yan raised the heavy Shen Buster sword and descended again. He had already appeared in front of one of the elders, and the giant Buster sword descended. The other party did not even have the chance to retort before he was killed in a single blow. Xiao Yan's attack had not seriously injured the last person. He could only suppress the fear in his heart as he hurriedly circulated the Genesis chi in his body in preparation to flee. "Mister, this old man is a steward of Lava Castle. If you kill me, Lava Castle will not rest until you are dead. If you let me go, I will keep my mouth shut when I return. You talk too much." Before the elder could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan's body abruptly pressed forward. The elder was greatly alarmed as he hurriedly circulated his Genesis chi to defend himself. At the same time, great Tao power swiftly gathered in the surroundings, forming wooden vines that wrapped around Xiao Yan. The former's gaze swiftly swept across the area as he steeled his heart and rapidly dashed towards the nearby lava spewing out from the ground. As long as he entered the lava, who would be able to capture his aura? Brat! Just wait for the fury of Lava Castle. With a furious roar, the old man's body abruptly increased in speed. Just as he was about to charge into the magma, a fierce flame suddenly rose from Xiao Yan's body from where he stood, incinerating all the wooden vines that were wrapped around his body. At the same time, his gaze stared intently at the old man who was about to charge into the magma. With a cold smile, the magma that was gushing out from the ground appeared to have come alive as it transformed into a large magma hand that grabbed the old man who was swiftly flying. "Idiot! Don't you know that fire restrains wood?" As Tantan's mocking voice rang out, the elder swiftly lost all signs of life under the erosion of the lava. Subsequently, Xiao Yan gently waved his hand, causing the lava to scatter. Only then did he turn his head to look at Qin Yan, who was nearby. "How are you? Are you all right?" "I won't die." While asking out of concern, Xiao Yan flipped his hand, retrieving a jade bottle from his storage ring and handing it over. Qin Yan was slightly taken aback when he saw the bottle Xiao Yan handed over and the fragrance of Tantan spreading in the air. Soon after, he let out a disappointed laugh. "I almost forgot that you're also an alchemist." Although Qin Yan had never seen Xiao Yan refine pills, the matter of the latter refining pills in Burning Flame Valley had already spread throughout the valley. Hence, he was somewhat aware of this matter. Hence, he did not stand on ceremony as he swallowed the pill in the bottle. After exchanging a glance with Xiao Yan and nodding, he decisively began to refine the pill on the spot. The injuries caused by facing 4 Genesis sect experts alone could not be delayed. With the aid of the pill Xiao Yan had given him, Qin Yan's condition finally recovered after a night. The two of them did not delay any further and headed towards the depths of the mountain forest together. Along the way, Xiao Yan found out that this fellow had only broken through to the Genesis sect a couple of months ago, after which he had rushed towards the flowing fire plains. Not long ago, he had been targeted by those 4 fellows because of the fire banyan token. If not for the fact that Xiao Yan had coincidentally passed by, it was likely that he would have died at the hands of those four. Half a month later, the sight in front of them gradually widened as the two of them hurried along at an extremely fast speed. The dense mountain forest formed a circular shape, revealing a verdant plain. At the end of the plain were two towering scarlet-red mountain peaks. Between the two peaks was a huge city made of red rocks that slowly lay there like magma gushing out from underground. This was the largest city in the flowing fire plains. At the same time, it was also the overlord-level faction of the flowing fire plains, Lava Castle. Chapter 1495. Lava Fort. What a coincidence. Looking at the huge outline of the city in front of him, Xiao Yan could not help but widen his mouth. He recalled the four people he killed a few days ago. They claimed that they were from Lava Fort. He did not expect that the two of them would actually encounter them when they arrived at the same place. After pausing for a while at the city gate, Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Soon after, he lifted his feet and walked into the city. Beside him, Qin Yan's gaze swept across the surrounding people and suddenly said, "That's right, on the way here. I also heard that Lava Fort seems to be preparing for an auction. It seems to be related to the Fire Banyan remains. I'm afraid that many factions in the middle region will take action upon hearing the news." "Oh? If that's the case, we are in luck." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled with interest. Bai Zijing's figure mysteriously appeared in his mind. Back then, he had almost lost his life in the hands of that fellow. However, he did not know if he would meet him here. With his current strength, if he used all his means, he might be able to fight against him. After passing through the city gate, the sun immediately shone on the faces of the two. Xiao Yan subconsciously narrowed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a scarlet building in front of him. After getting used to it, he looked around. Qin Yan looked around and said embarrassedly, "This place is really strange. If it were not for the aura of the people on the street, I'm afraid that I would have thought that this is the place of Azura." Xiao Yan could not help but laugh. He randomly picked a street, raised his chin and said, "Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first. Since we are here, we should first inquire about the auction. Perhaps we can obtain some useful information from it." The latter nodded slightly. The two of them immediately walked towards the depths of the street. A moment later, the two of them found a place to stay and sat in a tea house along the way. As expected, most of the people walking back and forth beside them were discussing matters related to the Lava Castle auction this time around. There were even people chattering on the few neighboring tables. Just as Xiao Yan were judging the rumors that had been transmitted to their ears, a young man walked over from a short distance away. Just as Xiao Yan was surprised to see this person, the latter's laughter sounded. "From the looks of it, the two of you must have just entered the city. Are you here for the Lava Castle auction as well?" As soon as he finished speaking, the young man swaggered to the side and sat down. He grinned as if he had a burden on his face. "It seems like you know." Qin Yan flicked his finger and sent a teacup to the young man. The latter took it steadily and simply cupped his fists before saying, "My name is Luan Xing, and I've stayed in Lava Castle for several months. I might know a thing or two about the outer sect disciples. Unfortunately, I'm familiar with most of the items in this auction." After saying this, Wan Xing rubbed the teacup with her thumb as if she was waiting for something. Xiao Yan didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, a cloth bag filled with spirit stones appeared on the table. Almost instantly, the bag was placed into Wan Xing's storage ring, followed by a burst of laughter. "Haha, the two of you are really straightforward. May I know which item you are interested in this auction? Let's talk about the most important item." Xiao Yan spoke casually. Wan Xing immediately smiled awkwardly as if she had expected this. She glanced at the person beside her from the corner of her eyes and said softly, "The item you're looking for is very important. There are many people who have their eyes on the item you're talking about. Even those big families have cast their eyes on it. Are you sure you won't change it?" "I'm not interested in the rest." Only then did Wan Xing nod and say, "I won't hide it from you. I don't know much about the last item. I only know that it's a map of the Fire Banyan ruins." "Map?" Xiao Yan and Qin Yan immediately looked at each other. A map of the Fire Banyan ruins was equivalent to having the entire Fire Banyan clan in front of them. If they could get it. As if she'd seen through their thoughts, Luan Xing chuckled. Her lips parted slightly, and another bombshell fell into their ears. Moreover, this map is the only item that a source venerate brought out of the Fire Banyan ruins at a great cost. As for what secrets are on it, it's hard to say. Even with Xiao Yan's composure, he couldn't help but be tempted. The value of a map that a source venerate brought out at such a great cost was not difficult to imagine. This item was related to the entire Fire Banyan ruins. If anyone could get their hands on it, wouldn't they be able to keep all the ownerless treasures in the ruins? When Xiao Yan and Wan Xing arrived at the lava castle, Xiao Xian, who had been in seclusion for a year in the ancestral temple of the Xiao clan, finally opened his eyes. In an instant, endless sword intent shot out from his eyes. The boundless energy of heaven and earth in the secret room immediately became restless, and a powerful aura rapidly rose in Xiao Xian's body. His robes fluttered, and his sword intent was overflowing. After a long time, his body suddenly stood up. The moment he raised his head, an invisible sword condensed and formed in the whirlwind above his head. Immediately after, it soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Almost at the same time, an astonishing aura spread throughout the Xiao clan. Several figures moved one after another in the clan. In the blink of an eye, a group of Xiao clan's higher-ups, led by Xiao Yuheng, appeared in the sky above the ancestral temple. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the energy light pillar that reached the sky. This aura, it's Xiao Xian. This guy, he actually broke through to the source venerate. A few hoarse voices came from their throats. Xiao Dingtian and the others were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the astonishing scene before them. The first elder beside the clan leader couldn't help but take a deep breath. He already had this suspicion half a year ago, but he didn't expect Xiao Xian to really reach this step in a year's time. It was truly shocking. Buzz. Almost at the same time that Xiao Xian broke through, outside the Xiao clan, in the towering black tower in the middle of Shuyang City, a soaring aura suddenly swept out. A pair of eyes that had been closed for many years slowly opened. It was the second elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Etian, Ouyang clan. On Yun Peak, Ouyang Yu's figure stood upright as he looked in the direction of the Xiao clan. Even you were alarmed by Xiao Xian's breakthrough. But that's fine. I'll use this opportunity to determine the victor between you and me. In Tianyang City, a pair of closed golden eyes couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. He slowly looked in the direction of the Xiao clan. After pondering for a while, he opened his mouth slightly. Almost at the same time, a bell-like sound reverberated within the Xiao clan and resounded in the ears of everyone in the Xiao clan. Clan leader Xiao Yuheng, listen to my orders. From now on, the Xiao clan will abolish the positions of the 3 inner chambers. Xiao Xian will lead the inner chambers and be in charge of everything. Chapter 1496. The old voice that was filled with dignity reverberated endlessly within the Xiao clan. The expressions of everyone in the clan changed at this moment. In the sky, Xiao Yuheng was also shocked by this sudden turn of events. He quickly regained his senses and scanned the sky. When he did not see any figure, he bowed respectfully and said in an especially respectful tone, "Senior brother, I'm sorry, senior brother." Clan head, Xiao Yuheng accepts the order. Even the ancestor has been alerted. The few people beside Xiao Yuheng naturally did not dare to slack off when Xiao Yuheng revealed such an attitude. Soft exclamations were emitted from their mouths as they bowed. At this moment, Xiao Dingtian's heart trembled violently. His old face instantly turned deathly pale. His body twitched and swayed as though he had aged by 100 years in the blink of an eye. The other two beside him, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Gan, also had pale expressions at this moment. The ancestor had personally issued an order and it could be considered as a done deal. They should also understand that from now on, the Xiao Dingtian Trio's faction was no longer in power. Lava Castle. Due to the fact that there were still over 10 days before the auction, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yuheng unhurriedly stayed in the city. While they rested, They once again heard some news regarding the auction. However, most of it was the same as what Wan Xing had said. There were even quite a number of people who acted in the same manner as Wan Xing when they spoke of the news that they knew. It was likely that quite a number of people in the city had heard of this news from him. Xiao Yan did not probe any further after cutting off the source of information. Since it was useless, it was better to spend his time on training. Using the remaining scarlet pearls in his hand, Xiao Yan completely refined and absorbed them in the days before the auction. However, he did not know if it was because he had just made a breakthrough or because he had absorbed too much lava energy, but the result when he tried to absorb the scarlet pearls in his current state was not very pleasant. Dawn was about to break. A dark red glow spread over the sky of the city, causing it to appear as though it was dusk. Streams of people flowed in all directions on the streets, and the shadows of many powers of the Central Territory had already appeared amongst them. There was no lack of hidden sects that usually kept a low profile but possessed deep resources and reserves. Of course, there were also some formidable experts of the senior generation. An auction was able to draw out these experts that were usually unknown, and it was sufficient to show its success. Or perhaps this was sufficient to prove the value of the map of the Fire Banyan ruins. The interior of the Lava Castle City was divided into 3 districts. The factions of the various sects were mainly located in the back of the city. The front half of the city was divided into 2 districts, the left and right. The location of the Lava Castle auction this time around was located in the right district. That district had already been occupied by various factions half a month ago. Hence, when Xiao Yan and Schwering arrived, they could only see a river of densely packed human heads on the streets. The bustling noise soared into the sky and finally turned into a terrifying sound wave that swept across. Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo flashed to a building one after another and looked up. At the end of their line of sight, there was a huge auction house that was crouching on the ground like a giant beast. The 2 of them were about to fly forward, but in the next moment, a shadow flew over their heads. They looked over and saw a group of figures in luxurious clothes. It seemed to be a team of a certain force in the Central Territory. That's Ouyang Miao? Even the Ouyang clan's people have been attracted here. Xiao Yan was a little surprised when he saw the leader of the group. Qin Yan by the side also raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be surprised that Xiao Yan was actually related to the Ouyang clan in the middle region. He hesitated for a moment before inquiring. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Since you know him, why don't we go over and say hello?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. "No need. Since he's leading a team here, he must have a mission. It's not appropriate to greet him at this time." Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when his eyes, which were looking at Ouyang Miao's group, suddenly turned. A white-clothed young man flew over from the empty space beside him, after which he stood a short distance away from Ouyang Miao's group. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually turned cold as he stared at the white-clothed young man who had suddenly appeared. "Bai Zijing, you're here too." At this moment, the one who blocked Ouyang Miao's team was Bai Zijing from the Bai clan, who Xiao Yan had a dangerous battle in the Fire Banyan forest. In this case, 2 of the 3 major families in the Central Territory have already arrived at this auction. What about the Xiao clan? Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan could not help but ponder to himself. If the map at the auction could attract the attention of these 2 families, the Xiao clan should have taken action. However, what Xiao Yan did not expect was that the Xiao clan had indeed prepared to send people here. Moreover, it was Xiao Xiaojun and Xiao Xiu. However, after Xiao Xiaojun handed over the Fire Banyan token to Xiao Yan, they chose to give up. Now that Xiao Yan was here, it could be considered as representing the Xiao clan. After meeting the people from the 2 large clans, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan ceased procrastinating. They mingled with the many strong people in the sky and swarmed into the entrance of the auction house in front of the street. After following the path in the middle and passing through a couple of turns, they paid a large sum of spirit stones and finally entered the viewing gallery of the auction house. Xiao Yan's gaze scanned his surroundings after entering the auction house. He could sense quite a number of deep qis in the dark corners around the viewing gallery. Other than that, there were also guards wearing the uniform of the lava castle around the auction stage below. The sharp weapons in their hands contained a cold glint that forced back quite a number of people who were near the auction stage. On the stage, a few elders from Lava Fort stood with their hands behind their backs. The powerful auras that emanated from their bodies caused many people in the auction house to feel a sense of oppression. It was a long while later when everyone entered the auction stage. An old man wearing a purple robe had appeared on the auction stage at an unknown time. Soon after, a clear gong sound reverberated throughout the entire auction ground, swiftly extinguishing the clamor in the auction ground. When the sound of the bell slowly dissipated, the purple-robed old man on the stage waved his sleeve gently, and a disc array appeared in the air. After a series of complicated seals, the disc array flashed and a golden light spread until it covered the entire auction stage. TSK. They actually let an advanced array master hold the fort. The lava fort has really put in a lot of effort for this auction. Xiao Yan involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the situation in the arena. His gaze swept over the entire place and immediately let out a laugh. He turned his gaze around and his eyes carried a hopeful expression as he looked at the purple-robed, old man who was strolling to the front of the stage. After waiting for so many days, the curtain on the mysterious map that had caused many factions to become restless was finally about to be drawn. Chapter 1497. Haha. Everyone, I am Ziyun. I believe that many of you who have traveled the plains will recognize me. Today, the Lava Castle will be holding an auction, and I will be the auctioneer to introduce the auction items to everyone. The purple-robed elder stood in front of the stage and looked at the bustling crowd with a smile on his face. His gaze slowly swept across the entire place. When his gaze passed by a certain spot near the auction stage, he paused for a moment. Then, he cupped his fists politely to the crowd and returned to the center of the auction stage in a flash. At the same time, the other Lava Fort elders beside him stood in a few spots and blocked the auction stage behind them in the most secure positions. For 5-star Origin Ancestors and a 7-star Origin Ancestor level Array Master, the foundation of this lava castle is really not bad. No wonder they can become the overlord of the flowing fire plains. After a simple investigation, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his spiritual strength. He could not help but exclaim softly. To be able to produce so many Origin Ancestor level experts in one go, they could be considered a second-tier faction in the entire central region. Moreover, from the looks of it, the head of the lava castle had yet to appear. It was likely that the experts of that status had already reached an even higher level. Hiss! When he thought of this, even with Xiao Yan's current knowledge, he could not help but gently inhale a breath of cold air. The central region was indeed filled with experts. Putting aside the lava castle, there were at least 30 Origin Ancestor level experts among the people present. There were even a few mysterious auras among the few factions near the auction stage that even he could not detect. Given Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, he could not detect the foundation of these experts. Who else could it be other than an Origin Ancestor level expert? While Xiao Yan was secretly shocked, Ziyun on the stage chuckled. After the expectant cheers from below the stage died down, he smiled and raised his hand. He slowly brushed it across the empty space in front of him, following which, there was a distortion and an exquisitely crafted jade box appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Haha, next, let's welcome the appetizer of today's auction, a scroll of sound wave do techniques. When the jade box was opened, a scroll made of scarlet jade appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Sound wave do techniques have always been known as crafty. This do technique is even more so. Once it is used, it has the effect of boiling one's blood and forcing the opponent to be distracted. When facing an enemy, it can be used to unleash a miraculous ability. It is especially suitable for fighting those above one's level. As long as one has this do technique, they will be able to fight even if they are 2 stars apart. Old man Ziyun's words had exaggerated this do technique to the point that it was somewhat extraordinary. Everyone present had been in battle for a long time and would naturally not commit such a foolish mistake just because of these words. However, this sound wave do technique was a rare thing. This was especially the case for such a high-class do technique. Therefore, quite a number of people present had taken a fancy to it at first glance. Subsequently, an intense bidding could not be avoided. This first auction item was priced at 3 Tier 7 medicinal pills or any item of the same value. This price caused even Xiao Yan to involuntarily shake his head when he saw it. It should be known that back then, he had only used 7 manifestation pills in order to fight for that random scroll of low-level Do technique. It was really a little exaggerated to think that this random scroll of low-level Do technique would actually have such a high price. However, even if this was the case, it did not affect the value of this scroll of Do technique, which was known to be able to fight those of a higher level, in the eyes of those fanatical people. In the end, this first auction item was won by a hunchbacked old man in the front row with a price of nearly 2 million high-level spirit stones. With this first auction item having a good start, the following auction items naturally went on a high note. Among them, there were some high-class medicinal pills that could help raise one's cultivation. There were even some obscure ancient pill formula scrolls. There were many that even Xiao Yan was extremely tempted when he saw them. After this, a few items that came from the ancient era's Lost Clan appeared on the stage. During this period, a fire banyan token was even taken out, causing the blood of the individual cultivators present to boil. On the other hand, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan did not think much of it. From the looks of the 4 lava fort deacons that they had met earlier, it was likely that the fire banyan token that they had auctioned off was not something that had been obtained through ordinary means. However, it must be said that if one were to talk about an auction where one could truly obtain treasures, it would only be held in such a remote place. If it was at another place and some treasures were taken out, it was likely that it would not attract trouble from the original factions. After a few rounds, Qin Yan, who was beside him, had also obtained a scroll of secret technique that was quite compatible with him after a few consecutive bids. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had bid a few times but returned resentfully. This also caused the former to sneer. When the latter saw this, he could only helplessly pout his mouth. Xiao Yan clicked his tongue and exclaimed as he looked at the items that were being fought over by various factions on the stage. His gaze followed the edge of the viewing platform and looked over. At this moment, an old man was standing up to bid. He was wearing a cloud brocade robe. From his actions, one could tell that this person definitely held a high position in the sect. However, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw the robe. People from the Celestial Cloud sect, they are actually interested in this kind of auction? The Celestial Cloud sect was under the jurisdiction of the Source sect and had a rather mysterious position in the mainland. Generally speaking, they would not be interested in ordinary auctions. Therefore, when he saw them now, Xiao Yan was even more surprised. Haha, everyone, due to the fact that the next item is rather special, I believe that there will not be too many friends present who are interested in it. However, if you can obtain it, I believe that it will be extremely beneficial to the younger generation of the sect. Ziyun's laughter rang out in the auction hall again. At the same time, many people's gazes followed. This time it was different from before. The 2 lava fort elders on the stage stepped forward and stood on both sides of Ziyun. The 3 of them made a move together. As the seals flew, the void in front of the 3 of them was gradually torn apart. The pitch-black void continuously distorted and vaguely formed a square cage. This is a space cage? What kind of item actually needs a space cage to contain? When they saw this move, even with everyone's experience, they could not help but cry out in surprise. Spatial cages were generally used by powerhouses to trap their enemies or store some special items. Ordinary powerhouses were naturally capable of doing so. However, it was somewhat inconceivable that 3 Origin sect powerhouses had come together just for a single spatial cage. When the space cage completely appeared before everyone's eyes, the item within caused the eyes of the experts present to shrink. At the back of the viewing platform, Xiao Yan was also staring intently at the item within the space cage, a fiery look gradually appearing on his face. Inside the space cage, there was a ball of alternating silver and black lightning that continuously squirmed. At the same time, it released bolts of lightning in an attempt to break through the space cage's seal. From the looks of it, this lightning ball was actually a living creature. Haha, I believe that many of you present recognize this item. This item is called Lightning Yuan and is formed from the power of endless lightning. It has already developed a trace of intelligence and originally existed in the endless void. It is a pet of the Void Lightning Beast clan and is an excellent cultivation treasure for lightning-type cultivators. Chapter 1498. Void Lightning Beast? Xiao Yan lifted his brows when he heard Zi Yun's words from the stage. His mind involuntarily recalled the enormous beast he had met when he had first entered the Origin Martial Continent. Back then, Guyu had told him that the Void Lightning Beast tribe specialized in controlling thunderbolt strength. Even their mastery of spatial strength was only below that of the Dragon tribe. It was unexpected that Lei Yuan, who was raised by the Lightning Beast tribe, would end up in this place. However, compared to this, the thing that really interested Xiao Yan was the enormous lightning strength that was contained within the Lei Yuan. After all, he had some understanding of this thing. From a certain point of view, the Lei Yuan, which had just gained in intelligence, was similar to the 9 mysterious golden lightning that he had encountered back then. It had grown and accumulated for many years in the endless void in order to be nurtured into its current form. Moreover, this was something that was reared by the Void Lightning Beast tribe. The lightning strength within it was likely extraordinary. If Xiao Yan could obtain it, it was likely that the Northern King's strength would be able to greatly increase. On the auction stage, Zi Yun's somewhat golden eyes slowly swept across the entire place. He immediately nodded with satisfaction when he saw the heated gazes of some of the experts present. After which, he softly laughed and said, "Ha ha! This Lei Yuan is something that we have coincidentally obtained. Back then, a Source Zone-level elder from the Lava Castle had fallen in order to capture this thing. Its value cannot be easily estimated. Therefore, if anyone is interested, you can bid a high price for it." Ziyun had roamed the continent for many years and had some idea of the value of Lei Yuan. However, if he were to simply set a price, it would be equivalent to drawing an equal sign on the value of Lei Yuan. Once there was a limit to everything, it was destined that it would be difficult to escape. Hence, throwing the price back to the guests on the viewing platform would instead magnify the value of Lei Yuan in their hearts. Although Ziyun's method on the stage was an open scheme, the crowd below the stage would not fall into a frenzy because of it. Not long after his words sounded, a somewhat mocking laughter sounded in the auction ground. "I bid 50 high-grade spirit stones." The moment these words were spoken, the crowd, who were not interested in Lei Yuan, immediately burst into laughter. However, the former did not seem to mind. He smiled and said, "Friend, this person is very familiar with Lei Yuan. This friend, I believe that you are well aware of the value of Lei Yuan. If no one here is able to offer a price that is comparable to it, this old man will take it back on behalf of the auction house. I hope that everyone can be respectful." After these words were spoken, more than half of the laughter in the auction ground immediately disappeared. The person who had bid earlier also sat back down somewhat awkwardly. The atmosphere in the auction ground also became silent for a moment. Naturally, there were many people who were tempted by the Lei Yuan on the stage. However, those who could truly make use of it, other than the experts who specialized in the lightning attribute, did not have much confidence in refining it. Moreover, as Ziyun had said, everyone knew the value of the Lei Yuan. However, everyone present today was here for the Fire Banyan relic. If they were to lose money at this moment, wouldn't it be the same as giving up on the treasure related to the Fire Banyan relic? Therefore, those who were truly interested in Lightning Yuan were probably only a handful of lightning-attributed cultivators. After a long while, Ziyun's gaze scanned the auction ground. Seeing that no one had made a move, he became slightly anxious. His fingers gently patted his sleeves and his gaze constantly swept the auction ground, hoping that someone would bid as soon as possible. In the stands, at this moment, Xiao Yan was also rubbing his palms and calculating in his heart. Then he opened his mouth slightly. Just as he was about to bid, suddenly, in the huge auction ground, there was a loud voice. "I bid 400 high-grade spirit stones." A deep and loud voice reverberated in the field. Everyone's gaze followed the voice and saw a tall and sturdy man staring at Lei Yuan in the field with a determined smile on his face. He had deliberately waited for this moment to test if there was anyone else who was interested in competing with him. As long as no one else made a bid, Lei Yuan would be in his pocket. I bid 500 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 700 high-grade spirit stones. However, the burly man's bid seemed to ignite the flames in everyone's hearts. The other two figures in the stands, who had been silent for a long time, finally slowly stood up and made their bids. This caused the burly man's expression to immediately turn ugly. In a short period of time, the price of Lei Yuan had been raised to the sky-high price of 2,000 high-grade spirit stones by the three bidders. On the auction stage, the smile on Ziyun's face grew even wider. Evidently, this price had already exceeded their expectations. However, just as the three of them were shouting their bids, a low and deep voice suddenly resounded like a thunderclap from the spectator stands behind them. I bid 5 high-grade spirit stones. As the voice rang out, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. However, all they could see was a blurry figure. After all, as a source sect practitioner, if he wanted to conceal his appearance, he naturally had countless methods to do so. At the front of the viewing platform, Ouyang Miao and Bai Zijing unconsciously furrowed their brows. Although the voice had changed a little, it still sounded a little familiar to their ears. However, they were unable to identify who it was at this moment. After Xiao Yan made his bid, no one on the auction stage was able to catch up. 5 high-grade spirit stones. This price could be described as extravagant no matter where it was placed. Among the people present, other than the people from the various factions, no one else could take out so many high-grade spirit stones in one go. Therefore, as long as it was not one of those factions, no one dared to compete with him. Ha! Congratulations to this mister. You have obtained this Lei Yuan with only 5 high-grade spirit stones. On the stage, Ziyun smiled as he caught the 5 high-grade spirit stones that Xiao Yan had tossed over. Then, he placed the Lei Yuan in front of Xiao Yan. Mister, if the space prison loses our reinforcement, it will disperse on its own in half a day. At that time, it will be up to you. Ziyun gave a simple reminder. Now that he had obtained the spirit stones, Ziyun naturally did not care about the whereabouts of the Lei Yuan. However, just as he spoke, he was shocked to see a pitch-black curtain quietly gather in front of Xiao Yan. Then it swallowed the Lei Yuan. Is that the Void Dao? Seeing this scene, shock flashed across the old man's eyes. Fortunately, he was not an inexperienced person. He quickly sorted out his emotions and focused his attention on the next auction item. After this Lei Yuan, the emotions of everyone in the auction hall were still high. However, Xiao Yan, who was at the back, had already lost his interest. Following the successful completion of numerous rare items in the outside world, a couple of hours unknowingly passed amidst this noise. The countless number of heated gazes in the auction hall stared intently at Ziyun on the auction stage. On the other hand, those factions in the front row could not help but frown. More than half of the auction items had been sold, but the mysterious map that was related to the Fire Banyan remains had yet to appear. At a certain moment, Ziyun's figure on the stage gradually disappeared, and a green-faced old man in a red robe strangely appeared beside him. At the same time, the atmosphere in the field became somewhat solemn in an instant. Oh! Sensing the change in the atmosphere, Xiao Yan, who was resting with his eyes closed at the back of the stands, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze immediately fell on the figure in front of him. Then, his eyebrows twitched as he whispered in surprise. A source venerable expert. Looks like it's time for the main event. Xiao Yan's figure stood tall as he muttered to himself. At the same time, a hoarse voice slowly sounded from the green-faced old man's mouth. Hee, I am the green-faced Zhua, the second in command of Lava Castle. Next, I will be auctioning the last auction item of this trade fair. As his laughter faded, the green-faced Zhua casually made a grabbing motion. The space in front of him immediately distorted, and a slightly wrinkled scarlet parchment appeared in front of the crowd.